And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ladies Titan Series Season 2 Finals. Throughout 3 weeks, 20 teams played across 12 games for each team, leaving the top 16 teams qualified for today's final to compete for $5,000. Now, take note, this is a North American tournament with 3 out of the 4 members needing to be located in the NA region. The 4th, well, could come from anywhere they choose, I guess, as long as it makes sense for them. Now, last season was incredible. This season should be no different. Not only because I'm your host, Taylor Reflections, no, but because I have a great team joining into the mix. Let's bring them in. Our casters for all day today throughout 6 wonderful games. Mustache Dave and Neptura. Dave, you're looking good, man. Loving the shirt. I always say it. You got one of the best shirt games in the business. How you feeling, brother? It's great to be with you.
Hey, feeling better now, man. I appreciate that. And I got a new lamp too because of you. You got the vibes going on in your background. Like, listen, Reflections has got a nice little mood lamp. I need myself a lamp. So boom, right there. Call him Jimbo. Jimbo the lamp. So that's
Jimbo
how I write.
Jimbo the lamp. Jimbo the lamp.
All right.
Jimbo.
All right.
Okay, wasn't expecting a name for the lamp, Neptura, but yep, we got it. That's I think we need to step up our game out here. I need a lamp. I actually have one, but you can't see it now because the camera is cropped. Neptura, great to see you. Seriously, I believe you were with us for season 1, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check. Regardless, you're here today to watch some wonderful ladies play. It's great to be with you.
It's great to be here, Reflections. I'm super excited to be on the ladies tournament finally. I think this is the first one I've done. I'm pretty sure.
I think it is, yes.
But, you know, I've done a lot of the ladies tournaments over in Europe, and I'm really happy to be getting in on the North American action here. I'm very excited for tonight.
That's right. A lot of great ladies competing today. More importantly, a lot of great orgs being represented. Some consistent orgs throughout the NA regions. Even some, right, coming from EU, but of course being represented by North American players, or at least 3 out of the 4. So a lot to get through today, a lot to break down. Let's start doing that and setting the stage. So as I said, $5,000 prize pool. First place gets $2,000. Quite a good amount of money as far as I'm concerned. Of course, all 5 or top 5 will get paid out all the way down to $400. You can't argue with that. So there is a real reason to play your heart out today. Again, 20 teams played across 3 weeks, across 12 games each. 16 teams made it to this point, and you better believe they do not want their effort to be wasted. They want to walk away with at least a little moolah in their pocket if they can. We'll see who the top 5 will be after our 6 games today. Let's take a look at our teams and start breaking it down, because again, we have a lot of great orgs. Looking through Extreme Esports, watched them quite a few times. Black Mamba, a consistent staple team as an organization when it comes to the Titan series. Golden Eagles, Kaka, right? We're going to be getting that a lot tonight, I'm sure, from Mustache Dave. And Dave, well, again, a lot of great teams, a lot of great ladies. Who's standing out to you?
Yeah, listen, a lot of energy coming out here tonight, kind of chatting with some of the players. The vibes are on point, everybody feeling good. Obviously, I'm looking at a team like Sunflowers Esports. They finished at the top, right, during the qualifier, so they're looking to continue that momentum. But the Angels, they used to be called the Geethesists. Now they're called the Angels. Thank goodness for that one, because I can say that name. But they are just they are feeling good. You know, they got a lot of energy. They're super pumped up, and they're looking forward to playing some PUBG Mobile. And it's kind of contagious, right? So I'm loving the players' attitudes and vibes here tonight, and we should have some good PUBG Mobile.
So Angels 7th place when they were Geethesists, and they ended up. Yeah, hey, look, I don't know if there it is. Look, I don't give me too much credit. We're trying out here. But 7th place, not bad. That'll put them outside of the money today, right? So they've got to do a little bit more work. 74 eliminations throughout their 12 games, total of 92 points. One thing to take note of for them, they did have 2 winner chicken dinners. That's not bad at all. In fact, the highest was at 3, and that was Sunflowers Esports at 3. So when you think about 2, that was kind of the high end of it throughout all the teams. Comes to show you maybe if they could just slay out a bit more, however they get it, whether that's playing edge or getting most of their eliminations throughout the final zones. That's going to put them in a much better spot to break into the top 5. But we do have some heavy hitters, Neptura. Who are some of them?
Some of them, I mean, we can't not talk about Major Pride, right?
Yeah.
I know a couple of these girls, but they were really, really good in the last season. I think we talked about before the show that they are actually, some of the girls are part of the old Rook
Yep.
esports who won last season. So, really excited to see how they perform again this evening.
Yeah, so Rook, last season was incredible. They won 4 out of the 6 games that were played. They dominated and got first place. At that point in time, it was a $2,000 prize pool, and there was also a spot up for PMSL qualifier. Obviously, this time it's a little bit more money, but we do lack that qualifying spot. But regardless, you do have 2 returning members from that Rook roster playing now on Major Pride. That's Bazumi and Rose. So 2/4 of the team is that dominant team from last time, which Dave, they were just so incredible, right? So now you bring 2 of them in there. They've got that chemistry. They've already got first place within the qualifiers with 79 eliminations, 129 points, 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. So they were close with Extreme Esports, who was just below them at 122 points. So there was 7 points separating. But first place in Season 1, first place in qualifiers, and looking to return as the champions here, first place in Season 2.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, just like the amount of consistency that a couple of those players have had, right? And I think a lot of these teams, like Extreme Esports, Sunflowers, Team Control, they also recognize that, right? So that kind of puts a target almost on Major Pride when it comes to like VOD reviews and seeing what they do, where they drop, where they rotate. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, almost, in my opinion. But we'll find out here tonight with 6 games. Will they be the champions once again? Or will we have a new squad to crown the champion this season?
New squad. So who would that be? Extreme, obviously, again, going back to them, finishing just 7 points behind that of Major Pride. Neptura Wanheda is one of the players on Extreme Esports. She's a phenomenal player. She really is. She was one of the standout players during Season 1. So she returns now on Extreme Esports, playing with, at least to me, some new faces. But Wanheda is definitely going to be a standout player. Have you watched her in the past? Are you familiar with her game style? Do you think she's going to be that glue, if you will, to hold Extreme Esports to beat that of Major Pride?
I think she definitely has all the components to do so. Wanheda, yeah, that's definitely a name I recognize. So yeah, I think I remember her being a really, really good player, her being spoken of as a really good player, and certainly the stats do back that up. So definitely one to watch from Extreme Esports. And as you said, you know, she could really just push that team together and forward in the next 6 games. So very exciting stuff to see there.
Yeah, without a doubt, she was very aggressive too. She's not scared to get up and get mixy, and I think that's something to take note of for everybody watching today. Like, these ladies are aggressive, they're in your face, and they take no prisoners, which is always a great thing to see. I enjoy tournaments like this, not only to get more of an emphasis on the ladies that compete in PUBG Mobile, because they're prideful and they really do try their heart out, and you'll see that represented tonight, but it's just great to see another sector and really highlight the ladies in esports. I've always been a big supporter of the ladies in esports as talents, as gamers, and whatever way that they're represented, because you know, at times they can be underrepresented. So this is a great focal point on them. Sunflower, though, 3rd place during the qualifiers. I know you mentioned them a little bit, Dave,
Yes,
and you were kind of doing your research. I saw a little bit about what they were thinking about doing today. I don't want to call it out because you were the one who asked the question. What are we looking out for Sunflower?
What are we looking at? By the way, PUBG Mobile Esports NA just dropped the tweet that the event's live. Go retweet it, go like it, go comment your favorite team. Please do me a favor. But looking at Team Sunflowers in particular, they were telling me that they've been really focusing on their own drops, their own rotations over the last 12 games in the qualifiers. They've been putting in a lot of hours amongst themselves with the team in that VOD review, right? And when I read that, I get shivers down my spine, because I love to hear and read when players do this research, do this homework before a big night, because to me that means they're locked in, they're serious, and they're trying to be the champs, and they're trying to get this cash money here tonight. So I'm looking forward to Sunflowers, and you know, we'll see some good games here tonight, Taylor. I guarantee you that.
Without a doubt, we start on Erangel, right? The bread and butter of so many teams out there. It should be played, I believe, 3 times tonight, if I'm not mistaken. It'll be played map 1, map 4, and then map number 6. Let's get predictions real quick. Neptura, do we want to start with you? I know sometimes you're against it, sometimes you're for it. Who do you want, Dave, to go first or you?
No, I'm good. I'm good. You know what?
All
I'm
right.
gonna go with the Golden Eagles NA here. I gotta
Okay.
shout out my girlies. Yeah, I need to see them take this first win, get a strong start to the day.
All right, Golden Eagles. The birds are flying high early on. Dave, what about you?
Well, this is a sponsored one, so Angels all day, baby. We're gonna see them be the champions. Let's go.
All right. I like it. Eagles, Angels, again, flying high. For me, I'm going to go with the controversial pick. I'm going to go with Major Pride to start off game number 1 and take Erangel.
Best team in the lobby according to stats.
So controversial.
Okay.
Look.
Spicy pick.
It's spicy pick, but it's a smart pick, okay? And the reason why is because, again, they won the 2 of them when we're talking about Bazumi as well as Rose, right? They were on that Ruck Esports, who won 4 out of 6 games. They started off hot and heavy, winning Erangel, and doing so in a dominant fashion. I think they're going to do the same here. They've got a lot of pride, and they are, after all, your champions of the qualifiers anyways, right? First place, so they're looking to come in hot and heavy, and I think they're going to do exactly that. So Major Pride is going to be my pick. Of course, Angels and then the Golden Eagles. What about you, chat? Who are you thinking is going to take game number 1, whether it's in support of one of the players competing today or in support of just an org that you like? Let us know in the chat. And by the way, take note, Dave, one thing, David Neptura anyways, there is one big talking point here. There's no bonus points awarded this time around. Dave, we've been doing so many tournaments where there's bonus points right from the qualifiers. This time everybody starts off on an even playing ground, which means no first place curse, right, when it comes to the points, which normally happens within Hyper, right, typically. This time around everybody's at 0, Dave.
Too soon, man. What the? How you gonna bring up Ben Hyper right now? All right.
Have to.
Yeah, bonus points. Yeah, you are correct. No bonus points here tonight, so no curses. You love to see it.
You like to see that.
Yeah,
All right,
good.
so cool. Game number 1 should be starting shortly. No bonus points. Everybody starting at 0. These ladies are getting ready to play, and VOD review for Sunflower is definitely good to see. Top eliminations, though, definitely went to Major Pride. XTREME Esports was just there. Surprisingly, though, Neptura, talking eliminations, Team Muffins, a team we didn't necessarily talk about. Excited. I love the name, by the way. I'm always for Team Muffins.
Who doesn't love
especially-
muffins? What's your
Gotta
favorite
love-
muffin? Your favorite
Whether
muffin?
they're blueberry or chocolate chip,
Chocolate chip?
At least that's my favorite. Are we feeling blueberry
There's
or
a
chocolate
bakery,
chip?
a bakery by me. They have coffee like flavored muffins with like custard on the inside, and
Oh my
so
gosh.
good. It is delicious.
Coffee.
Didn't mean to derail the muffins conversation. What about you,
No.
Neptura? Favorite muffin?
Favorite muffin? I only have ever had a blueberry or chocolate chip that have been in hotel lobbies, so I don't think I'm a really good judge of muffins.
Okay.
Neptura,
okay.
we need to help you out, all right? We need to get you that coffee custard one because I need it
I
too,
need the
all
coffee
right?
one.
Let's take a trip wherever Dave's at in the world and go get that coffee custard muffin by his house.
Oh, it's
All
good.
right, game number
Let's
1.
do
It's
it.
Erangel. It is time to get the Ladies Titan Series Season 2 finals started. I'm excited, and I hope you are in the chat. Like Dave said, hey, go and retweet all the socials. Get everybody in here that you can. Let's support these ladies. More important, let's support Titan Series, a series that has been going on now for, I want to say, a couple years, and it's been wonderful to see because it gives an outlet for these competitors to be able to game and show their heart when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Erangel, map number 1. Mustache Dave Neptura, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reflections. Here we go, Dave. Going into game number 1, good ol' Erangel. We've seen it all before, but every game is just a little bit different here, Dave. We have our predictions in, and so far, we're going to be seeing who's going to be taking that action first. I got to ask you, Dave, who is going to be hot dropping? Do we have any hot drops coming in? What do you
Yeah,
think?
I was just thinking about that. Will we have hot drops here tonight to start things out? I mean, if there were ever going to be hot drops, it would be game number 1, right? Where these
Right.
players are trying to like cement their flag for their position here, because we will have 3 Erangels here tonight, right? So definitely curious. But then on the flip end, like, do you want to really hot drop? Because if you get wiped out in the first 30 seconds, 60 seconds of the event, like, oh, that's just such a motivation killer, right? In my opinion.
Right.
So, you know, is it worth claiming the spot over the tournament night with the possibility of kind of just getting bummed out if you lose the fight, right? Like, that's always been in the back of my head when it comes to hot drops. Like, what do you think about that?
It's difficult, right? When you've only got 6 games to an entire finals, I don't think it's a good idea because you don't have the time, as you say, to kind of make those points back up, to get that momentum back up. If it's a 3-day final, then sure, first game, go for it. But if it's only 6 games like it is this evening, it is not really a good play in my books. You really got to be careful, or you got to be confident that you're going to win and win hands down.
True. Yeah, of course. If you win the hot drop, you are feeling good, without a doubt. So I'm looking around. I do not believe we have any hot drops. We got Team Muffins and I believe Black Mamba kind of sharing Yasnaya. Of course, that town definitely big enough for 2 teams. But besides that, everybody else found themselves a safe home, at least to kickstart the night off here.
Yeah, it's a really nice split amongst all these teams. There's a good bit of safe distance around each of them so they can all loot in peace, which is a nice start to the evening for everybody concerned there. Yeah, as you said, Team Muffins are sharing that space just a little bit. But I mean, it's Yasnaya, right? It's so big. It's funny how many teams actually choose to go for the fight when Yasnaya is so large. You don't need to. It's not necessary, but you know, you do you. I mean,
you do you.
Sure.
Yeah, you do you. And talking about Yasnaya, like both these squads, plenty of room to rotate out of this town. We did see circle number 1 is going to be over there on the west side. So we got what is that? We got Zarky just in the corner over there, and there's actually going to be a squad repping the set over there. Major Pride. Maybe this is their strat, right? Just go Zarky and avoid all the early game conflicts and let everybody else pick each other apart. And we show up in the mid to late game feeling good. We got our gear, we got our grenades, our ammo. So gonna be looking to see what they end up doing with their Zarky drop. But yeah, back to Yasnaya. Plenty of room to rotate out of that town right now.
Absolutely, especially when you only have 6 games. I do hope that maybe some thought will be taken to maybe just getting out of there once you're done with all the looting. You can look at each other, you can just say hey, wave from across the city, but you know, that's about as close as I think these girls should get at this point in time. You were just mentioning Major Pride over in Zarky, though, and they do have a really good position, a really good split. And this is what you want to see, right? You're holding out for that late game. You're holding out for that mid to late game, rather. And while Major Pride have gone for a center finish, it does make sense that they would be off on their own if they are looking for that late game strat. Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one for them. I'm also interested to see how teams are going to start rotating in, right? We've got a big circle at the moment. A lot of teams on that south side, a lot of teams over in the Stahlberg, Yasnaya sort of way. We'll see if there are going to be any clashes, because what's in your opinion? Wait, hang on. Extreme?
Are we just taking some shots?
I was going to say.
Yeah, hey, there it is. Okay. My US. But
yeah, my cheese.
or are you asking me? Sorry, that caught me by surprise as well.
Same. I was just gonna ask you what's better, to avoid rotations or rotation clashes, or get those clashes on that rotation. Take your elims on those on that rotation. But I think almost our answer was for us there. It was answered for us.
There's an answer. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to that, like, I think early game is where you want to set up these plays to get into these potential fights to kind of catch teams off guard, right? And I say early game because the odds of getting third or fourth partied are a lot lower, right? Just because there's so much room to really play with. And I think once when we get to like that mid to late game, you're more focused on just surviving if you do have to rotate compared to taking the fights. But then we have teams that play like the edge, right? Who are just shooting everybody, gatekeeping everybody. So there's definitely strategies for everybody. I can't really say like one works over the other, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, you have less risk on the early game, right? I mean, it's less risk of position, less risk of just traffic as well. As this zone gets smaller and smaller, you are going to have more teams looking at you by default. So when you are on that zone one rotation, you're probably not going to have as many people watching you, less opportunities for that third party against you, etc.
Yeah,
So I would tend to agree that early rotation clashes is the best way to go if that is going to be your strategy. But you know, it's all to each their own. I think it's
true.
really, really difficult. I mean, I get the question all the time: what should I play, edge or
Uh,
center? And I'm like, I have no idea who
yeah,
you are, how you
yeah.
play. Like, what am I supposed to tell you there? It's all so specific to the team's individual strategy. So
End of the day,
definitely one to watch.
if you're winning the fights, that's all that matters,
Mm,
right? Like, you can do whatever you
mm-hmm.
want as long as you're winning the fights, not
Exactly.
getting knocked out, not getting thirsted. You're just better, right? So, uh,
Right.
that's what it takes. That's gonna be my answer then. Like, oh, what
Absolutely.
should you do? Just be better. Like, you shouldn't even have
Be
to ask
good.
that question. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're so good, that question doesn't even matter because you could play whatever strategy at that point just because
Mm-hmm.
you are so strong. And that comes down
Right.
to like just experience. That comes down to synergy, just trusting your teammates, right? Knowing that you
Mm-hmm.
got each other's backs regardless of what happens. So I'm pumped up to see what unfolds here tonight. All of these teams, they played 3 weeks, 12 games to make it here, top 16. They're going to be playing a best of 6 here tonight. And last season was a total of $2,000 prize pool. Boom, we jacked it up $5,000 here tonight. So
Sheesh.
it's a pretty good night. A lot of competitive PUBG Mobile coming into play here.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in and a lot of pressure, a lot of added pressure for these girls as well, right? You got a lot of extra cash on the line here, so an extra incentive to do super duper well as you can, right? We can't fault anybody for not doing more than their best. You got to just do that and get the games that you want to. I mean, is Major Pride going to be able to kind of emulate the result that a duo of theirs actually
Yeah.
got last season? We'll have to see because last time they got 4 out of 6 games in the bag as a win, which is just unprecedented. So, is it going to happen again? It's going to be a tough thing to say yes to because obviously it's not all the same team. There are a lot of different teams, different players, a lot of different strategies coming in. And also that VOD review, right? We were talking about that. Hopefully all these teams have done their work, done their homework, and that should be a different result as well. So it should be harder to get such a dominant performance under your belt. But hey, everything is possible. It's only game one.
Only
So
game.
yeah, let's see how it goes.
Looks
Yeah.
like Genesis lost one on their early game rotate
Mm,
actually over there on the coast, the west coast, and I saw the Sunflowers are kind of driving behind them for a little bit, but then we do get this new circle shift, so the Sunflowers immediately busting that right hand turn, and we might see them clash here shortly with 9 a.m. right ahead. So it looks like both these teams are going to be fighting
mm.
for the foothills over here in Mount Everest, and you had team
There
control
we
on the
go.
high ground now moving out.
Mm.
Oh, but there's a fight in the
Oh,
blue.
yeah, that is unfortunate. Looks like the car just spun out, overturned, and that poor player was just dead as soon as her car flipped over there. But some nice, yummy loot for SOM there. And yeah, Cruelty Girl's gonna be under the or giving the same sort of pressure here. Just behind a tree. Those trees are the worst. They're so skinny. They look really thick until you get behind them when you got 3 people looking at you, and they get real skinny real quick.
Here's some fertilizer. Yeah, so TP Control, they were actually on top of the mountain on Mount Everest. They
Mm.
saw the circle shift and they decided to rotate from that position. I want to get your thoughts on that. Like, what do you take away from that play?
I see what they're going for. I mean, it's an edge play. Everest is not going to continue being in zone, I don't think. I think they realize that, and they're trying to get ahead of the curve, ahead of potentially a south traffic coming in from the south side there. But unfortunately, they don't know that they are pretty much the only traffic. So now Cruelty Girls have time to actually take them down and take them out one by one. So an unfortunate turn of events, I think,
Yeah.
for Control for sure.
Yeah, I don't believe. Yeah, they didn't lose anybody yet, but they did lose a player in the back line, like you mentioned, behind that
Mm.
that skinny little tree. And oh, okay. I don't think that tree is protecting
Snipers.
them enough. And look at this. Looks like Cruelty. They're gonna be sending one out to pretty much confirm the elimination. Hopefully. Oh, there's a rock there.
The buggy.
Oh, that's a buggy. Oh no.
Yeah, that's a buggy.
In the smoke.
Ooh, nice cover. Great cover from her teammates, though. She calmed out that she got stuck on something there, and they immediately put down that cover fire so she wouldn't get taken out there. Really nice teamwork from Cruelty Girls. And so Kenny's just going to come back really safe. Not a lick of health taken from her. So good stuff there.
They really want this point.
They sure do.
Yeah. How are we gonna make it out of here alive? Is my question. That vehicle blown up now at this
Almost
point.
looks like it. And she's doing it at the moment, isn't she? A really nice smoke tunnel coming through there. She's made it up, but where can she go from here, though? That's the thing. I mean, she's using the cover of the foliage now, but it might not be enough. Oh, just.
Another tree.
Oof.
That's tree.
Goodness.
I don't know. Would
Where are
I
her
even lead take
teammates?
this? Oh wow. Okay. Gonna be landing some shots. So her teammates are far, in zone. I don't think we're gonna be getting a
Oh, they
rescue
are. They've
mission.
left her.
Yeah, anytime soon. So
That's a rip.
yeah. No rescue party. Just survive, and who knows? You might actually get better placement points than us, possibly. But Cruelty Girls definitely trying to take them out.
I have an interesting point to make here, Dave.
Make it.
I'm interested in this potential thing here that she is on her own, but is she distracting Cruelty Girls from actually making a push themselves, where the rest of her teammates are on the other side of the river in a gatekeep position? Is this a long ploy to go, you may take one of ours, but we're going to take all of you?
The long play.
Is this the long play?
Listen, okay, it might work, but that depends on where the zone goes, right? Obviously, there's a
Very
high
true.
chance that the zone will not favor the south, where Cruelty is, but you never know. We might get a little hard shift action over there. Even if that's the case, like team control, there's 3 other teams in the area on the other side of the river, right?
That is true.
Might be the team to get the points. So, but for the storyline, yeah, I'm gonna say big brain play, 2 steps ahead, without a doubt, calculated. Yes.
Yes. Excellent. Cool.
Sure.
Phoenix, Dave, I think have decided, oh, hang on, wait. Ooh, Severny. Severny is just death trap, honestly. Hard thing to try and do at all. Yeah, and that's HY. Gotta go on out. But esports, they're having a little bit of an issue here. I mean, they have a 2-1 split at the moment, right? Because the other 2 are actually behind BIS in Severny. So I'm not sure what this player was doing. We didn't catch it, but she is actually, they're not actually pushing Severny. They're already in Severny. So they do have that added pressure from behind. I'm just curious as to why the duo is not putting pressure on BIS right now, right? This should be a golden opportunity for them to actually get some points, pressure the team, do all of that. But right now, they're just keeping to their own. And BIS just have full control of this area.
Yeah, I do see the other 2 players that you mentioned on the shoreline up there towards the north. Next circle goes up, so it looks like Severny gonna be in play. So we'll get to see if the 200 IQ team control gatekeeping onto Cruelty Girls play unfolds. But going back to BIS, the suppressed M4, you love to hear it. But Genesis over here taking out one from Major Pride. That's a huge elimination from one of the top teams in the lobby.
It sure is. My goodness me. As a duo at the moment, Genesis able to take out at least one of the Major Pride girls that could help them in the future. Genesis, one of those teams that do need to make it into the zone pretty quickly here. They have come up behind Major Pride, but looking at our feed here, Dave, they're not going to be alone here. Genesis also have 2 other teams directly clashing with them on this rotation, with Major Pride ahead of them. So it's not going to be an easy rotation for them.
Not at all. And there's only going to be 2 of them as well. And Genesis, I believe they qualified in 15th overall. So They have a lot to prove here tonight, and it starts with game number 1 to kind of get that confidence going. And talking about a team that is confident, chatting with them in the pre-lobby, Angels Esports. Going to be out there in the distance, but we're going to be tuning in. A couple more eliminations happening right here. So Genesis looks like they lost another one. You were talking about the mix that they were in with Major Pride, and well, now it's up to 420 out here to survive.
It is. I mean, she's got a good position to do so, right? That cliffside, no one's really looking there at the moment. Everybody's a little bit more focused on the mainland positions, but I don't know how long she can really hold out here. No teams have gone down fully so far. We're still at 16 rosters, and they are all shaping up onto that western side of the new circle. So it's going to be a bit busy for her to keep that cliffside for much longer here. Severny on now with that hard shift, Dave,
Yeah.
on the very edge of the eastern side of zone. So this
Big fight
for sure has to finish up quickly.
Yeah, big fight right here. So BIS, we were talking about them. They're kind of spreading out here just a little bit and making sure that nobody has an easy approach into Severny. Hopefully they don't bite off more than they can chew here. Team Muffins. We were talking about Muffins in the pre-show. Let's see what we could do here. One of the Muffins is going to be out here cooking some grenades, looking to get a nice little knock and continue to survive just a little longer. Is the Muffin baked to perfection? That's the question on my mind.
Ooh. It's the Muffin of retreat, I think, what's going on here. No, it's the Muffin of pushing. Okay, push Muffins.
It's ready.
They're the best, to be honest. Yeah, aggressive Muffins. All right.
Jasmine out there. Got chunked out pretty low. Was able to hit the heel. Is going to be catching some damage with these grenades from BIS. Essentially a 3v3 because the fourth member of BIS still out there in North Severny, keeping Team Q under wraps.
Well, Team Q, Team Quit, just one of the players just naded herself. So
they're
that's
keeping
gonna
themselves
be,
under wraps then.
They're
Okay.
keeping themselves
Yeah,
under
yeah.
wraps. Yeah. Where they should be absolutely third-partying this, they're nading themselves, which is an interesting play, but we'll see how that works out for them in the end as BIS move further back into Severny. Quit have to be very careful that they don't get pressured instead. They really should be holding a strong line here, but right now does not seem to be the case for them. Perhaps they're just holding out for that super late rotation as the hard shifts for sure. It's 50% water, Dave. We still have 16 teams left alive.
Yes, yeah, that's wild. I like that BIS. They recognize like, hey, we're just in the middle of two different teams, right? So we need to make up our mind. Who do we want to take the engagement with? And they saw or they heard the grenade, like, okay, that's the team we're going for. The one that's native themselves. So they're going to go up there towards the north. They're going to clear that one out and then, right, focus on the Muffins compared to getting stuck in a crossfire. So definitely going to be keeping tabs on BIS. Really like where their mind's at right here. And I like how they're being proactive. But over here on the edge, Major Pride, one of the top teams in the lobby, going to be going up against the Sunflowers.
My goodness, a big push from Major Pride. You see why they've done it, but it's out of zone. Zone's coming in just under a minute here. There's a couple of teams they got to get rid of, so this is going to be a big one, especially with that nade. But the door deals all the damage, and meantime, it's the DBS coming in, Dave.
Can we get another one? DBS, you do not want to walk through that door. Wow, the DBS is just too strong right there. Sunflowers catching some slugs to the dome. DBS versus the Bison right now. Last player alive for the Sunflower Esports squad.
DBS versus Bison. I don't know. They're both the meta right now. Oh, but the DBS is king of all.
Yeah.
King of all. Sunflowers, unfortunately for them, gonna be the second ones out to go. But 3 eliminations. At least they don't go home without any points, right?
Yeah. And that was up against, you know, one of the top teams in the lobby, right? Major Pride.
Right,
at least when you're
right.
looking at last season and you're looking at the qualifiers. So nothing to get tilted at. You know, that was a good fight, and we got 5 more games to go. Sunflowers Esports, one of the top teams coming in here from the qualifier, so they definitely have what it takes. And I look forward to seeing what happens in game number 2. Will they get the revenge on to Major Pride? And it's tough. You're in a 1v2 situation. Both of your opponents have the DBS. You know, like, that's a tough fight to win. That is a tough fight to win.
It sure is. Ooh. Over the top, through the side. BIS doing good work here, trying to get through to, who is this? BIS? No, Muffins.
BIS and Muffins, yeah. So
BIS,
remember, Muffins were trying to poke at BIS. BIS, they decided to go towards the north and prioritize circle. And it looks like the Muffins came up from behind and, well, struck them when it was hot. So now it's up to just one BIS member trying to catch the Muffins solo out there in the distance. And, well, it is just all falling apart right now for some of these teams.
Goodness me. I mean, it is to be expected, right? That zone, 50% water. We've gone down to 10 teams automatically just because of that zone shift. That is crazy. This game really said, yeah, we're done. We're done with all the waiting. We're going to get the action straight away. BIS go out to the play zone. Once again, the zone's going to be our MVP, I think, here. We got a lot of damage coming in from the play zone now as we hit up stage 5. And the zone has shifted again, right, Dave? It's gotten a lot smaller, at least now. It's gone back to the land.
There's still some water in play, but yeah, for the most part, some land. We're getting a nice little view of that right here, right now. Oh, daddy, between the buggy, between the boulder, got a little smoke out there to block those sightlines from team control. So we're just hoping that these other squads don't focus on me right now. Let me survive a little longer. And you know what? We're not the only player out here going for this strategy, just trying to survive as a solo to get some more placement points.
The tough position here for both. Oh, did she get stuck? I think she got stuck in the animation of coming out of the vehicle, which is unfortunate. But top 8, 1 elim, not the worst performance in the world. Team control, though, Dave, definitely controlling this area. Seeing O'Daddy, maybe. Oh, we're good, though. She's just testing the waters. No hits means there's nobody there, potentially. So for now, O'Daddy's going to be okay. But team control, 6 eliminations. Yeah. They almost had zone. They have a fairly easy trajectory into zone, actually. And so this game is looking very good for them.
And guess who's still alive? Yaida. Remember, Yaida was that player that got caught off guard early on near Mount Everest, underneath the thumb of the Cruelty girls. So she was able to group back up with their squad mate, and that was just a beautiful push from Team Control to really take control of the zone right now.
In the smoke and everything, the DP doing numbers. 8 eliminations now for them, but the Golden Eagles are not letting this one slide, as they shouldn't, right? Golden Eagles actually have more control over the zone now than the Control Girls. We'll see how that goes for them. Nice little nade. Not going to be quite enough, though. But might be just enough to avoid or to disrupt that res. Coming through here. More smokes. Black Mamba.
Oh, see ya.
That nade's going to do it.
See ya. Great grenade.
Ya.
Great grenade. Next zone goes up to, by the way, XTREME Esports. They're still on the coastline. Big chillin'. You got the Angels right between them. And then the Cruelty Girls. So 3 teams right now on the shoreline, just trying to survive, trying to fight their way into the new play zone.
I mean, and Angels are the ones actually with that zone, that gatekeep position at the moment. Can they keep it, though? That's going to be the question. We did see Cruelty Girls with those nades. Now you've got XTREME over on the other side with good sightlines onto this position. Could be a difficult one for them, especially just as a duo. Just going to get pinched, a classic sandwich. So hopefully they'll hold out a little bit longer, but I could see this going very badly for them, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely in a very difficult... Oh, almost difficult.
Come on.
We're still peeking.
Oh, there we go.
Nicole.
There we go.
What are we doing? It's like, hey, you missed me the first time. Let me just... Boop. All right.
Let me give you another chance.
I'll give you one more chance. Yeah, one more try. And Nicole's like, yeah, there's a team over there. Yeah, confirmed. Let's see. Can we get this Molotov right on top of the Angels? It'll burn them out. It'll flush them out here, without a doubt. Looks like Team Control down there in the south. They're going to be in a great spot to possibly gatekeep the Golden Eagles as well. So we got fights happening in the south and in the north. It is a standoff right now with this crazy zone. And here comes Team Control.
Team Control getting controlled here a little bit. The Golden Eagles doing a great job of this push, but Team Control a little bit too good for Golden Eagles' first push there. But the nades now coming through. They've got that angle. They got that ridge line to use. That's another one down. Kawhi is the next to fall. Could this be the end of the Golden Eagles? Please, no.
What a revive.
Don't do this to my prediction.
Uh-oh, here comes
a great revive, but the nades.
We got
come on,
some
the nades
more,
have got
though.
to be good
cooking.
here.
We're cooking out here.
Whoa! There it goes. No
wow.
way.
Oh,
How
that's
did that
money.
miss? Oh, that
is
one's
money.
not gonna. Oh,
Money.
Wow. Cat
Chill.
veins.
Team Control now. GG's. That was a great game. They had what? How many eliminations? 12. Wow. Okay.
10, 12?
Yeah,
Oh,
12.
wow,
I'm
yeah.
seeing 12. I'm seeing 12. 12.
Sheesh.
12.
Goodness me. Wow, that's crazy. GG's.
GG's.
Good
Angel's still alive.
Yeah, Extreme moving on up as well here. So this is going to get very interesting very quickly. If Angels have any luck, Extreme and Cruelty are going to have it out over the top of their heads and leave them alone for a little bit. But I don't know if it could really go that direction. Both these teams know that they're in the middle.
Cooking it.
Oh, that
Cooking
nade,
it. Yeah, it looks like
The
that's what's
nade.
happening. Extreme is going for Cruelty girls right now.
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, it makes sense, right? Cover those angles. That way you can get up and over the ridge there. And
do you even know the
play
Angels are
from
right there? Like, I don't think Extreme are aware of the
should do,
Angels. I
right?
think Cruelty knows the Angels are there.
Oh.
But I don't
Okay,
believe
that would make
Extreme
sense.
are aware.
Oh,
They're
no, she
definitely not
does
aware.
know.
Now
She
we
definitely
are.
does not know. Oh,
Got him. Wow. Imagine being.
GG.
Imagine being like, there's two players here. Yes. That just happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, DBS comes in clutch there. Good reaction from her, because that was definitely a surprise. She caught a heart attack there. Cat Veins, though, she's the last one standing for the Golden Eagles, and she's just big chilling right now as we go into stage 8. She's waiting for this fight to clear up here, and it looks like Cruelty Girls might have a little bit of an issue coming in here. They did have that one knock, so it's a 3v3. It's evened up a little bit here, but Aisha's got a great angle on this team.
Bust out some smokes to block some sight lines. Maybe let her squad mates push up just a little bit. Natty getting picked up. A lot of Molotovs on the battlefield. Sushi, I believe, also bleeding out. So those Molotovs just too strong,
Natty.
though, with that spread. Yep, here comes Extreme Esports now from multiple angles.
Brilliant.
To try to flush them out.
Excellent. Really well played. GG's. That's going to be Extreme Slayers getting that win for the first game of the day. What a game, Dave. That was so well played by them in the end.
Yeah, I believe 16 eliminations.
16.
Almost 2,500 damage done. Extreme Esports, they were the number 2 seeded team from the qualifier. So they were definitely warmed up, prepared, and ready for tonight's action. And to get a win with that many eliminations is just wild here, Reflections.
It's massive, like you said. Second place during the qualifiers, just 7 points behind that of Major Pride, who finishes off in 7th place, game number 1 with just 3 eliminations. Definitely not the best performances, right? Not the best start, especially from what I was expecting. Still 5 more games to go. But when you think about the team that bested you during the qualifiers, and you get a game like that, a winner-winner chicken dinner with 16 total eliminations, you gotta be feeling good and honestly looking to be the strongest team today. It was a great game number 1, and Neptura, I want to point out something. There was this battle of the shoreline. I was looking for the longest time at I believe it was Extreme Rage, if I'm not mistaken. They had the shore locked down for quite a bit of time, or maybe it was Extreme Esports. No, it was Extreme Rage, and then Extreme Esports. They challenged them to knock them out. Why was that battle for the shoreline so impactful in that moment to the point where Extreme Esports said, "We need to claim this"?
Because you can control both sides of the zone, right? When you've got a 50-50 split between the water and the land, you're not only controlling who comes into zone from the south side into, into that coastline position, but you're also controlling who just full sends into the water as well. Especially when the water, you can't shoot from the water, so you actually have nobody to your back while also just getting free points if someone does decide to full send there. So it's very, very important to kind of just farm points a little bit and also control the rest of the zone. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense that teams would definitely be trying to get those coastal positions.
Yeah, it was Extreme Rage for the longest time. I was looking at team number 12 and thinking to myself, Dave, like, okay, this team, they are set up nicely, but they didn't expect Extreme Esports to push right into them. But talk to me about Team Control, another great team throughout the really the early stages as well as the mid game all the way into late. 12 eliminations. They end up picking up 73 elims during the quals. Where they fall short though is winner chicken dinners. I believe they only had one, but they were on fire. Erangel map 1.
Yeah, honestly, shout out to Ida. Honestly, I had her dead to rights when the Cruelty girls, all 4 of those players were just trying to pick her apart. They even sent one of their players in a buggy to try to flush her out of the little hidey hole, and that wasn't successful. And the fact that Yaida was able to group up with her squad mates towards that late game, I definitely very impressed. Then we saw that push a little bit earlier on from Team Control. It was just looking beautiful, and you can tell this team, they have their communication, their comms are on point here tonight. So high hopes for Team Control.
Look at that. Team Control, right? They get 5th place, but still walk away with 15 points, which is going to put them in 2nd place just behind Extreme Esports. I say just behind Neptura, but I mean, what a game number 1 right again to highlight Extreme Esports. 16 elims, 10 points for the winner chicken dinner. That's a total of 26. They already start off with a 16-point lead, something like that, or like, math is hard for me, but something like that. 11 points. Let's do 11 points. How about that?
Points.
11-point lead.
I mean,
huge.
It's true.
It's crazy.
It is. It really is. Because if you look at the rest of the teams, they all did super well. But look at, say, 3rd place. Golden Eagles is 9 points. They got only 9 points, and they're topping the leaderboards, or they're topping the rest of the teams here, right? So that lead from Extreme Esports is massive if you ignore Team Control's big performance. They're really tripling what the rest of these girls have been doing today.
Well, it's huge because a winner chicken dinner is 10 additional points. They already have that plus on Control, which is huge. And then it even goes further down, like you said, Golden Eagles at 9 and then Cruelty at 8. But it showed great promise, though, I think, through multiple teams. Cruelty is a team, right, I expect a lot from. Sunflower, you highlighted them. They went to the drawing board beforehand, Dave. They get 9th place here with 3 elims. But yeah, you respect it. I mean, if they're willing to go to the drawing board beforehand, imagine what they're going to do in the next 5 maps.
Yeah, just unlucky too, right, that they ended up going up against Major Pride, and I believe all the girls on Major Pride had a DBS. So in a close quarter combat situation, not something you want to find yourself in, but definitely shout out to them for trying to take that compound on the shoreline from them here, recognizing that was a power position towards the mid game. So that was the play. It just didn't go their way. So still high hopes for this squad without a doubt.
Yeah, well, it was funny. You two started the conversation, Neptura, with imagine hot drops, and then all of a sudden we have Zone 4 rolling around, and there's no teams that have been eliminated. This is one of the slowest games I think we've seen in quite some time, Neptura. I expect it to heat up, though, as the games do go along.
Absolutely. I'm super excited for what is going to be, I think, Miramar coming up here, bigger map, but, these teams are kind of warmed up now. They should be after that game because, sheesh, that was a lot to take in. Maybe Miramar be a little bit more of a break, but I hope that perhaps they'll get to the action a little bit quicker now they know what's going on. So, yeah, super excited for game number 2. After game number 1, we're hyped.
That's right. Game number 1 has concluded. A massive game number 1 coming out from Extreme Esports. They are in first place with 26 total points, an 11-point lead over second. Will they keep that energy up, or will we see some contenders start to challenge them throughout the 5 games? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Miramar, map number 2, coming your way. And welcome back, everyone, to the Ladies Titan Series Season 2 Finals. Map number 1, Erangel, was explosive. Despite its slow start at the beginning, it finished in a pretty wild way with a massive victory coming out from Extreme Esports. Now we're moving into map number 2, It's going to be on Miramar. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, your host, joined by, of course, the wonderful Mustache Dave as well as Neptura. We're heading into map number 2. I'm excited to get it started. And Dave, I hope things are going to start speeding up, at least off the start. You know how we love our knife fights, our wild, random battles in the beginning. We didn't get that in map number 1. To be expected, everyone's kind of filling each other out, right? The ladies are saying, what are you up about and what are you up to? But game number 2, I'm feeling some spiciness off the start.
Yeah, definitely game 6 though, strategy with the knife fights and the hot drop. So looking forward to that. I think right now a lot of these players are just locked in because we do have a pretty juicy prize pool, right? What, $2,000 for first place, $1,200 for second place. We jacked that thing up, $3,000 from last season. And right now, Extreme Esports, 16 eliminations in game number 1. They can smell that money. You know, they can almost smell it, right? 5 more games to go. Maybe we'll see something else happen. But honestly, I am a big believer in momentum. I trademarked my own momentum meter a couple years ago. But when it comes to Extreme Esports, they got the momentum. I want to say 80%, right? 80% there, almost maxed out. I think the closest contender might be Control, but Control are like 50% momentum. So Extreme Esports, they are feeling good after game number 1.
I don't know. Control for me, 60%. I didn't patent a meter, right? You did. I say
a lot
60%.
of math involved, you know. So.
Which I can't do, so I guess my meter's going to be broken. Neptura, I really was impressed with Control, though. Like, they were on fire until they weren't. And, again, that goes back to the qualifiers. I think 3rd or 4th place when it came to total number of eliminations. Where they struggled, though, was the placing. They just got to get that down. They kind of fizzle out towards the end game, and they did so in map number 1. But Neptura, Control, they were absolutely on fire. C Lady was just incredible. She picks up 3. She doesn't get the most. That goes to Yida. But C Lady, man, she was just incredible.
Yeah, she was. I think the team in general did a really, really good job. Their rotations were really good. Their positioning was really good, but they just get outplayed by a few teams towards the late stage. I almost wouldn't hold it against them, though, Reflections, to be honest, because everybody was there all at once in zone 4. It went from 0 to 100 very, very quickly there. So I almost want to say if it's a bit more of a normal game, we might see a better result placement-wise from them. But definitely we are seeing a much, much better result from them in the eliminations.
I do want to put a lot of pressure on Quit Esports. They were getting shouted out in the chat when we asked, who do you want to see play well today? Who are you supporting? Quit Esports got a lot of supporters out there. They rotated all the way from military through blue to Yesnaya, and they ended up splitting 2-2. They get pincered by Muffins. They get taken, or at least they lose 2 players. It was a bit messy. I want to see their potential truly come out for the fans there at home, and I believe in them as a roster, but the rotations, they need to be cleaned up, and this is a great chance to prove it. Map number 2 on Miramar. Extreme Esports, will they continue to dominate, or will, I don't know, Cruelty or Golden Eagles start the rise to the top? Let's find out. Mustache Dave, Neptura, take it away.
Thank you very much. Here we go, Dave.
Yeah.
Game number 2 on the sandy deserts of Miramar. We saw a lot of snipers, Dave, in Erangel, right? There was a lot of that action going on. So Miramar, home of the snipers, we should be seeing a lot more of that.
Yeah, and you know what? I know I was kind of laughing at Nicole's double peek and Snipe getting tagged in game 1, but Nicole, I believe, was the top eliminator in game 1. 7 eliminations going her way. So that double peak was to give her opponents like a false confidence, like, yeah, you knocked me, but then we got right back up and boom, took you out, got the win. So you can't really hate when you are number 1 in the lobby after 1 game. So respect and shout out to Nicole from Extreme Esports.
Absolutely. Will Nicole go, hey, I need one of those, and get a sniper herself? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Dave, I'm looking at a few more potential hot drops coming in here than from the Erangel, right? A few teams are a little bit too close for comfort here. Monte Nuevo looking a little busy, as is San Martin. So we should be seeing a little bit more action early on. But for now, the teams I think are just going to focus on looting up. I hope they focus on looting up. I
Yeah,
think way
yeah.
too often we see somebody grab a pistol and go, yeah, let's get him. And I'm like, it's a revolver. I know it's good, but it's got like 7 bullets. I mean, what are you doing?
All you need is one. So looking at the teams that you're saying, Quit Esports, Monte Nuevo, Black Mamba right beneath them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Monte Nuevo has that much loot for 8 players. Like, I'm sure everybody can like walk away with like a weapon or whatnot, but when it comes to like all the gear, when it comes to utility, the meds, like not the most optimal in my opinion. So we'll see. It looks like Black Mamba, they're gonna be taking the majority of the buildings, and honestly, Quit Esports just kind of out there in those shacks, just getting trash loot, honestly. So very difficult position that Quit Esports are going to find themselves in, especially after their game 1 performance. But we'll see. All it takes is one good fight, and you are right back in it. So we'll keep tabs on those 2 squads without a doubt. But going down here, I believe Los Leones, we got 9 a.m. Esports. I believe that's what time it is for you right now. And then we got Cruelty Girls down here. Representing.
All right, Cruelty. I mean, they did really, really well in the last game.
Game 1.
So we should be seeing a good result from them as well. I'm trying to find our match 1 results here. I can't
Match
find
1. What do you want? What do you got? What do you got? What do you
I'm
need? What do you?
looking.
I'll tell you though.
Okay,
I'll tell
there
you.
we go.
Quiz me.
I got it.
16
I got it,
eliminations.
Cruelty
Game
Girls.
1. Extreme.
Yeah,
Cruelty.
yeah.
2 eliminations.
2 elims.
2.
Yeah, that's true.
What else?
They did get 2.
They got 2.
But 8 placement, or
8
not 8
placement.
placement, 8 total points.
8 total.
points.
Yeah.
So a decent game, right? We did, barring the first 2, the top 2 teams that just had an amazing game. The rest of them kind of were the same as each other, 8 or 9 total points. So Cruelty Girls, they had a good result in the first game. It was a decent result, and so they should be able to carry that through into this game here.
Just looking around here. Yeah, 9 a.m. Esports kind of on the flip end of that potential fight. 0 points game number 1. So they cannot afford to get taken out. But look at this. Quit Esports laying the trap out here. We'll have to see. Black Mamba, they're going to be looking at all the corners. You know, they saw those parachutes. Are they going to be over here making sure they don't get surprised? Because Quit Esports, they're looking pretty sneaky over there in Monte Nuevo.
Oh, that's a rock. Soft, that's a rock. Thank you for being our first car crash of the event here.
It is sunny. If you don't have glasses on, you know, those rocks.
It's true.
Hard
it's
to
kind
see.
of glary, right?
Yeah, it is hard to see.
It's true. I mean, over in Europe with the girls' events, there is kind of a running joke here that the driving is interesting, and we always get trees, rocks, whatever, and it's always on camera. And so thank you for being the first one of the event. We get to call you out and have a little fun with you.
Okay.
Appreciate you for volunteering yourself for that position. There we go. No, but going back to Quit just really quickly, right? We did see them play very, very passively in Severny. And right now, with good reason, they're playing passively in Monte Nuevo as well. I mean, Black Mamba definitely have all the advantages. When it comes to the Monte Nuevo positioning there, they've got that real nice high ground, as well as some of the bigger buildings. So Quit gonna have to be very, very careful with how they play that, and the surprise play might be just the play for them.
We'll see. We'll see. Looks like they did push up just a little further, halfway there. Del Pozo, who Extreme Rage, going to be holding down this city for the time being. Kind of getting away of the land. We got the Golden Eagles all the way down there on the 2 islands, Lost Egos down in the south. We got EIS in Puerto Aparicio down there on the shorelines, and I believe now Cruelty Girls making their way through Los Leones. So it looks like for the most part, all these squads who are not in circle number 1, they're going to be looking to find some vehicles and start rotating up here towards the north here. Looking in the actual circle, looks like Team Muffins, Extreme Range, looking for a centralized position. out block Mamba as well. But any teams in particular that are really catching your attention here on this early game, Miramar?
To be honest, Extreme Rage and what do you say, Team Muffins? I think those two have a really good position.
Oh,
Yeah, you're seeing
here
them
it is.
here. They are gonna clash. Whoever wins this
Wow.
is a great chance of winning the game, and Muffins might just fall down here.
Talk about the mountaintop over here.
Jeez. Who's the tallest of them all? That's
Yeah.
what this one is.
That is some
becoming,
commitment.
isn't it?
So
Sheesh.
looks like Team
mini.
Muffins, they were trying to take both mountaintops. And well, they lost one of their squad mates because their mountaintop was slowly pushed on with that vehicle. I could just go straight at Vert, Fatality. And I believe they might lose their other player here. Little 2-2 split from the
Yeah.
mountaintops here, Noctera. What are your thoughts on that? Oh,
I don't mind it. Oh,
You
there
don't-
we
you
go.
don't mind it.
Nice. Oh, I don't mind it. No,
Okay.
if they were on their own, a 2-2 split would probably have done quite well as long as they cover each other, which I'm not sure we saw be the case with Team Muffins. I didn't really see the angle of Rage's approach there. Could have been hidden from this duo over here, but still would have been a little bit of a hard one to control here. Yeah, it's a bit rough for Muffins. They're down to just one at the moment. And I think that really just comes down to those 1v1s, right? Muffins, if they had had a little bit more accuracy, maybe if they had just gone a little bit in their direction a bit more, I think Rage could have had a harder time. But I think also that Rage ever so slightly out 2-2 split them. I mean, that was a really
Ooh.
nice 2-2 there. So, yeah.
it's like Extreme Rage also has a mini out here at the 4 times. They might have a little more range.
I love the mini. It's so good.
More range, but right now we're looking at the battle for the hilltops, the mountaintops, as we see the plane out there. See, I'm on the plane. Hey, what's going on? I'll drop you a package. Yeah, have fun down there. That's me on the plane casting. I don't know how I feel about these mountaintops. I'm not gonna lie. Like, sure, you're at the top, you get a lot of vision, but like when you gotta move out, it's just, I don't know, you look kind of goofy driving in your vehicle downhill. And then what happens if you run into a rock or a dip, like your vehicle goes flying and other people down below in a compound are like, oh, look at that, there's some points coming towards our way. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I see that it is a good spot for the time being when it comes to the actual zone. I just was never a real fan of these mountaintops. Just something about them just doesn't sit right with me. They're
No,
too high.
that's fair enough. I
Maybe
mean,
I'm afraid
yeah.
of heights. Maybe maybe the truth is coming out
Maybe.
here tonight.
Maybe.
Afraid of heights.
Fair enough. I mean, you do make good points though, right? These are great areas for farming points in the mid game. But once you get to that late game, once the zone starts moving away from you, even if it doesn't move away from you, you still have that issue of at some point you stop having the angles you have. The zone pushes other teams too close to the mountain, and you're not able to look down on them effectively. They have far more angles on you than you have on them. So at some point, those high positions end up actually being a bit of a bad spot to be
Yeah.
in. So I understand your position there, but if you can balance the real good position of or the timing and get those farm all those points and then leave when you need to, then you should be good. It's the balance that's the issue.
Yeah, the balance. And that's pretty much PUBG Mobile in a nutshell, just being able to
True.
balance all aspects, honestly. So we'll see what both those teams will accomplish up there on the mountaintops. We saw they were kind of taking shots back and forth at each other. Probably realized like, hey, we should save some of our ammunition at this point. Yeah, we're connecting our shots, we're inflicting some damage, forcing them to go into their med reserves, but the flip end, they're doing the same thing to us, right? So looks like they're gonna be chilling out for the time being. But popping over here to team control, all alive, to be grouping up here. Next circle did pop. It went a little further to the west side, but for the most part, all these squads are in this current circle except for the Golden Eagles and BIS. So the Golden Eagles all the way out there in the blue, taking their sweet old time here.
Where are they going?
Yeah, they are taking their time.
My goodness. That's quite the rotation, right? We're used to, I mean, Wit in the last game went from military all the way up to Severny, right? But this is a little bit more extreme.
This is kind of
than that. My
dangerous, right?
goodness.
I mean, we're far out here.
Right.
We see the med situation. Not only that, like driving in general with all these dips, like you hit one boulder, you lose a couple seconds, and every second counts when you're this deep into the blue here.
You know what I'm seeing though, Dave?
Yeah.
Is I'm seeing 2 snipers. That's a Car9 and a Mosin.
But will we
Got
use
2
them?
bolt
Will we
actions.
use them?
That is the question. That is the question. 3 snipers now.
Three
Oh,
snipers.
okay.
Can we fire the sniper here this game?
Please, please do. Don't let me down, girls. Come on, get into a position where you can actually use these weapons because we need them. We need them back. We need the sniper meta back. I've missed the snipers in competitive.
Like BIS going to be driving right by Phoenix Esports and 9 a.m. Esports. Classic
what a shot.
M249 in that reload right now. BIS driving on by. Driving on by.
And making it as well. They sure are.
Best in slot, right? That's what it means. Did you know that?
Yes. Sure.
You didn't know
Of
that.
course I did. I did.
Okay.
Of course I did. I did my homework.
Okay.
Definitely. Of course I did.
I mean, that's what I thought I meant. Best in slot. So they got the best in slot
that would make
players here
sense.
going for the best rotations. And, well, they're still alive. They'll love to see it.
Excellent. Good for them. Muffins, yeah, we did know they were down to 2 there, but it looks like they're still up on that hillside, up on that mountaintop, so we'll see more from them later.
Oh, Muffin.
Do get an... Now, speaking of them,
Speak
going
of the
down,
Muffin.
one goes down there, yeah.
Speak
Aro
by Muffin.
getting taken out. That's 2 out. That's 2 out for
Wow.
Rage right now. So it looks like Team Muffins might have done a little bit of a third party there because Rage have 2 down, but Muffins only got 1 more. Yeah, it's a third party. There's way more than 4 players on that hillside.
The revenge of the Muffins.
Mm-hmm.
Down
Attack
to
of the
just
killer
2.
Muffins.
Yeah, they're down to just 2, but they are still putting in some work here. Here comes the Angels. Angels Esports. I still got this team picked as a squad to watch here tonight. Chatting with the Lays before the game started. They just had really good energy. They were pumped up, ready to play. And, well, that's what you love to see, right? Just having some fun, competing with your friends, and obviously trying to get these winner chicken dinners to win some money here tonight. It all comes down to the finals, all the hard work over the last 3 weeks to make it here. We'll have to see.
Right, you're right. I mean, it has been 3 weeks of games for these girls, and it all comes down to tonight. So a little bit of pressure coming in for them. It's the culmination of all their hard work coming in just 6 games tonight. So they're all looking to do their best. I can say at the moment, Angels Esports just outside of that top 5 position right now when it comes to thinking about that prize pool and everything. They are tied with 5th place right now.
Okay,
So
good spot.
Angels, you said they were one to watch,
One to
and
watch.
yeah, they got a good position. Unfortunately, outside of zone, but it's a good bit of high ground.
Yeah, we'll have to see. A lot of these teams right now are going to have to make up their mind and reposition. Looks like Major Pride in the north side of El Pozo. I have a couple teams just straight up send it to that city here. Best in slot, BIS, well, they rotate all the way to the north, and now they're going down straight to the south. We see them out there in the distance, going to be pulling up here on this hillside. Could be the sunflowers.
Yeah.
Oh.
She smells
Yeah,
the
that's like, hey, I don't think you want to park your car there. Nope. Sunflowers looking to get some eliminations after their game 1 push on to Major Pride. Gotta get some points to catch up here.
Yeah, Sunflowers do have the advantage here, but there's a little bit of a third party on the left side there. Who is that? I can't quite see. But Sunflowers being a little bit distracted perhaps here. Yeah, a little bit as these 2 teams
Could be the Angels driving by.
catch their attention.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Angels.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Angel is driving on by, throwing the deuces here. Looks like the Sunflowers still going to be locking horns with BIS.
Yeah, BIS don't want none of it, do they? I mean, they're going to be satisfied with that compound for now, at least. Golden Eagles do find their first eliminations over here onto SOM. Unfortunately for them, going to be taking out 2 of their players, and Golden Eagles going to be able to res back up to a full squad here. So going well for them so far.
Definitely catching SOM off guard, right? Because remember, Golden Eagles, they were the squad in the blue. We were talking about it, and they were going for the ultra slow, wide rotate, another squad that just went all the way from the east. They went to the north, and now they're going to be going down south, backfilling SOM, catching them off guard. And well, they're going to be getting 2 points in the pocket because of their rotate. So Golden Eagles, let's go. We were questioning the amount of time they were spending out there in the blue, but it was 100% calculated, and you'll love to see it work out in their favor.
Dave,
Yeah.
BIS means burn in silence.
Burn in
Not
silence.
best in
Yes, sir.
slot. Yeah.
Well, it does. Well,
I
you know,
just got that.
Google it.
Yeah.
Google it.
Google it. Okay. All right. Sure.
Burning in silence,
do
that
that.
it means best in slot.
Burning in silence. Yeah, definitely.
Burn
Angels,
in
0
silence.
eliminations. Ooh, but we are moving closer to El Pozo, right? We got several teams coming in there. Somehow Major Pride are in El Pozo, have stayed in El Pozo. Big chillin' over on their side, and actually got a decent position of space around them there. So the rest of the teams have to fight their way through onto the eastern and northern sides. Yeah, it's going to be interesting as we wait for this zone to move in. I think everybody's going to be very quiet, Dave, at the moment. They're just going to be waiting for that next shift to happen to know where they're going to be going next.
Oh no, Muffin got knocked. I don't believe Jasmine will be thirsted from this vantage point. Yeah. Safe Muffin right here on the edge of the play zone. That's going to be Phoenix Esports down there in the south. 4 strong, by the way. They got the Muffins number, so we'll see if they end up clashing here. But a lot of people, a lot of players end up going to El Pozo, like you mentioned, going to be calling that home for the time being. Let's see, will it pay off? Will the next circle continue to favor the only major city still in play here, as the Muffins now on full retreat? Next circle goes up. Team Control, great spot. Major Pride right there on the edge as well. And the Angels, that push, paying off.
It absolutely is. Yeah, they're now actually kind of slap bang in the middle here. I'm looking at Phoenix, though, Dave. They're moving quite quickly here. They see what they have to do. They've got a little bit of high ground, and the positioning that they have there is giving them a lot of angles onto the city itself. So could be pretty good for them.
When the Muffins said, listen, that rotate is just not going to happen. Taking themselves out here. It's all right. It happens.
Rip.
It happens. One more Muffin to go. I'm just invested in this team. I don't know why. Black Mamba Juicy. It's the name. Black Mamba Juicy getting a knockout there on the battlefield. Genesis Esports still alive. Remember, Genesis Esports had a really rough time in game number 1 when it comes to rotates. They were all over the place. So to be able to see them still alive, grouped up at this point as we get towards that mid game, you'll love to see it. Comes Black Mamba. Is going to be popping over to their angles here on the edge up here in the north. Okay, a lot of sight lines to be had for sure, especially if a team crest over that ridge. But talk about a squad that is just not having any luck here in game number 2. The Sunflowers Esports team, only a duo left.
Yeah, one Miel rather is on 3 tires as well. So not getting anywhere anytime soon. As we're looking at the south side of the zone here, it's getting a little bit dicey for those teams on that edge of the zone, and we saw in the elimination feed that BIS and Golden Eagles are going at it right now. So we'll see how that goes for them, but it's looking a little dicey as the zone now is starting to move in. They have a little less time on their hands. That clock is ticking as Team Control look for this edge position's really good for them.
Yeah, I'm loving this. A little 2-2 split, but they got a lot of angles through these second story windows, and you kind of just peek over the window, get some shots, and then duck right back down into cover. So really strong warehouses right here, and they're gonna all be focusing on these squads on the east for the time being, and also making sure nobody crashes their warehouse. So really looking forward to seeing what happens with team control and their 2-2 split here. So I just noticed, oh no, Burn in Silence, they were fully eliminated here. The first team to get taken out. Very difficult rotate coming out from them. They did get one elimination, so you still have 1 point to go to boot here with 4 more games to go. So Burn in Silence, let's go. We got another game after this. Pull it together. Let's see what happens. And Sunflower still not catching a break here in Neptura.
Goodness.
Not catching a break.
Yes, some games are just like that, Dave. You're running the entire game and you can't even play your strategies right. Sunflowers, we know, are a much better team than they're letting on in this game, simply because they're not being given the opportunity to play their game properly. It's just a matter of running to zone and avoiding teams at the moment. So really rough game for them, but they're holding on as best they can. Unfortunately for them, the rest of the teams have had a much better time. So there's still 14 up left in the live, so not in the points yet for them. But as this zone has hard shifted to the south, I think if they could hold on a little bit longer, these teams are going to start dropping like flies.
Do you want team control to group up, or you like that they have this little 2-2 split in these warehouses right now with the new circle right on top of them? Like, there's going to be a lot of teams looking to find some cover here. But what do you? I mean, I guess those two warehouses are really close to each other. Got that little alley kind of separating the two of them, but
I think for now,
It's
normally
good.
I wouldn't like it. I think for now it is good, but they do need to group up eventually. They can't wait too long to do that, I think. For now, maybe until the next zone shift, they have some time to try and farm some points here. They've got good vantage points. Quit using great angles here from half a space that she's got.
Yeah,
Not
look
even
at
fully
this.
covered.
It's crazy.
My goodness.
Yeah, trying
Oh,
to.
Golden Eagles.
Wow. Oh, what? Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Golden Eagles, remember, they had that ultra wide rotate and just not catching the circle blessing. So here comes the circle. Now going to be closing on in, definitely applying the pressure to these teams. We got Black Mamba. We got Extreme Esports in the north. We got Phoenix just trying to survive and avoid the sight lines from Quit Esports over here in the center. 13 teams to go, and this city is not big enough for all of them here in Neptura.
It's really not in zone anyway. Nicole takes herself out. Oh dear, that's not good at all. Is Extreme having a little bit of a harder time than they did last time, right? Juanita, she goes down. We talked about her in the pre-show, and she's just going to be down and out here, I think. It's just one. Oh, no. They do get this res. They're going to be able to do it, I think.
Like
so
this.
up as 2. But, oh, this is a risky move from them.
Look at the circle right on top of team control. Right on top. Sunflowers eliminated in 12th position. Only one elimination. Extreme Esports, though, still alive, like you mentioned. Clutch revive. But we're out in the middle of the field, Neptura, so it is going to be a challenge. Angels Esports making the push in the warehouse on a 9 a.m. right now.
They sure are. I'm not sure how well it's going, though. It's a lot of brown team tags. There you
It's
go.
going
They
well.
are eliminated. So Angels get the win there. Well done. And a good position, at least for now. It gives them an entry point, right? But they do have Sneaky Pride to worry about. So we'll see how that goes for them. But so far, it's looking good. A good push.
One push at a time. Unfortunate for them, not in the play zone. So we're going to have a couple more pushes to go. And, well, here comes Major Pride just sliding right in between both squads, Angels and Extreme Rage. Oh, back to the driving cam we go.
Oh.
It's going to be Phoenix. Just
Interesting.
trying to survive at this point, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, as a duo, it's interesting they weren't able to pick up any eliminations. I don't really know what kind of fight lines they had on the city. It looked good from the map feed, but who knows in reality? It could have been very different.
Wow.
0 eliminations going their way. Oh, Rage it's different for Extreme Rage. They're picking up points left, right, and center, at least trying to, as Quick goes down here. What a position from Rival,
I
actually.
don't think we're in the play zone. Yeah, we're not in the play zone. So literally just
No.
trying to get as many eliminations as possible before pushing on in here. Tossing out a smoke down there, trying to block some sight lines. That is going to be Genesis Esports down in the dip. Oh, but Jess, look at this. Jess is in the circle for the time
Yeah.
being. We got Major
Rival
Pride
goes down.
right over there in the distance. So Major Pride, they're going to have to push out. Jess might be able to get a nice little spray down and a possible elimination. But look at this. Genesis Esports, they want that revenge. Just taking shots of them a little earlier on. Not going to let Jess survive much longer. We'll see. Very challenging position Jess is in.
It is. I'm sad she made a smoke there. I think if she had just kept quiet a little bit longer, Major Pride wouldn't have known she was there. They would have pushed forward. No, she's not going to get position points at this point, right? She's not going to win from this position. I would prefer her to try and get some shots onto Major Pride like this. There you
Got
go.
him.
Yeah, that's one down. I think if she had stayed quiet a little
Volley.
longer, she could have gotten 3 because that's a Molotov. Oh,
Safe corner. Safe space.
safe corner.
Safe corner. They won't see me here. No Molotov is hitting this corner, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Jeez, that's a great spot. Goodness. Ooh, Dave.
Yeah?
The only full squad right now is from Control.
Control.
They have grouped up and they're in the middle of that new zone.
Love to see it. Control taking these warehouses early on, mid-game, holding it down. The 2-2 split now grouping up like you mentioned. It all comes down to this. Team Control with 4 up, 6 eliminations. They're going to be getting picked apart, battered from multiple angles right here. Here comes the Angels trying to afflict some damage on Team Control, who just got done fighting a squad, making the push on the opposite end. But Lady with the M249 straight out through the smokes, looking to get some bullets out here. Not successful, going to be taking out the grenades. Going fishing for some eliminations.
Ooh, no hits yet. I felt those nades were for sure going to do something, but they do damage eventually. There you go, Lady with the nade. There's just one left, but they know where they are. It's going to tickle a little bit of that health further and further down. There you go. Angels couldn't do much against that, but 4th place, 4 eliminations, a good result for them again. As Team Control, again with the high eliminations, this time they're going to be able to back it up with a placement point.
Yeah, Control taking fights with Angels, with Phoenix, with Major Pride. Like, they are just taking apart every single squad right now that gets in their way. We still got Jess. Oh, Jess, that corner, top 10 corner right there. Jess was still alive, securing a 3rd place. And now here comes Team Control, trying to seal the deal.
Easy
Get the
peasy.
winner chicken dinner here in game number 1 with 12 eliminations.
Wow.
Just like that.
That's crazy. They've doubled their points in 2 games right now. Team Control controlling the map for sure here, Dave. And Reflections, what do you think of that game? Because that was awesome.
It was a great game for a number of reasons. Positioning was the main one. Always a huge fan of positioning. You look at PMSL, we were watching that throughout, 3 weeks? So many games. Team Liquid was one of the biggest talking points because of their positioning, mainly always finding a way to get center zone. And this time, Control exemplified that. Now, granted, getting blessed so many times throughout Zone 4 to Zone 5, ultimately to the final ending with that 2-2 split throughout those 2 factories. Big fan of them, but Dave, at the beginning, a massive fan of Team Muffins.
Hey, let's go. Team Muffins. They were all over the place. I feel like every single circle pop, they were getting involved. They were in a fight. They were just causing a ruckus. And they only walked away with 2 eliminations, though. So actually a little surprised. A little surprised, too, with Extreme Rage. Like, we kept seeing them in the elimination feed, getting knocked or just getting involved in general. And they only got 4 eliminations. But shout out to It's Jets out here clutching it out. Getting that 3rd place placement point is definitely crucial, especially early on in a tournament. So yeah, should be walking away pretty happy here, Reflections.
Yeah, Neptune, to kind of piggyback off of that, Extreme Rage pick up a massive amount of damage, 1,800 in total. Only bested by Control with 12 eliminations at 2,300. Extreme Rage, they only pick up 4 eliminations, 1,800 damage. You're expecting them to be around the 10 elimination, maybe 12 elimination, or at least 8 to 10. They only pick up 4, so Neptura not getting those finishes right where they mattered most. That's what did them in the end. With the 3rd place, they could have netted so many points.
They really could have, but you know what I'm more interested in is how that's going to affect their momentum, right? Sure, they didn't get the points this time around, but this has put them in such a good mindset for the next game, and maybe that's where they're going to get those finishes. So I think not all is lost just yet. I mean, it would have been nice to get those finishes, but the damage is there, the performance is there. It's just, it was a little bit too chaotic to get those finishes on time there.
Yeah.
So I think next game will be better.
What's crazy too is game 1 they had 195 total damage as a team. Game 2, like you said, Reflections, 1,876. Like what a night and day difference from one game, right? Just shout out to them.
Yeah,
right.
Massive improvement, and 9 points is very decent. We'll take that. Major Pride, by the way, big talking point, 11 total points with 9 total elims. One thing I loved about them is they were gatekeeping for the majority of the game. A lot of great teams, Alpha 7 is one of them. They love to play that gatekeeping role. It works out for high elims. They can just get those closer to the winner chicken dinner. They'll be all right. Like Team Control did, who now overtake 1st place over Extreme Esports. Dave, 31 points for Extreme, Team Control at 37. This right now is the main focal point. They dominate over 3rd place. Cruelty Girls at 19 and Major Pride, the winners throughout qualifiers, right, with 127 total points, sitting now at 16. Team Control, by far between looking like the strongest team. Game 1, they pick up a ton of elims. Game 2, they pick up another ton of elims, but also get the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Angel's still here too. Shout out to them. But yeah, game 1, 12 eliminations. Game 2, 12 eliminations. So Team Control, I believe they were our 4th seeded team from the qualifiers, right?
Yeah.
So they are definitely a top contender, one of the top dogs. But it is nice to see them come in back-to-back, really consistent games here. The most consistent team after only 2 matches. So let's see if they can continue to maintain that here in game number 3. Which is Sanhok. You know, it's always a challenge to kind of continue that consistency on Sanhok, no matter who you are.
That's right. Well, Sanhok is the odd map out, right? It's only played once typically throughout the rotations. Erangel, Miramar, you get a lot of those. Sanhok, you only get once, but I like to view it as the momentum shifter. It's only played once, but it's an opportunity to kind of shift the momentum back in your favor if you haven't been played well. And again, to go back to Neptune, we were talking about Extreme Rage, that momentum for them. Dave pointed out 190 something damage in game 1, 1,800 damage in game 2, game 3, 3,600 damage, right? They just continue to improve. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, as you said, right, Sanhok is where you can change that momentum. So generally, I like to favor lower place teams in my predictions. But I mean, Control, man, they keep going up, and it's going to be hard to beat that momentum coming into Sanhok.
Without a doubt, and it's hard to beat the momentum of Control. They are on fire. Sea Lady is a large reason for that. I believe she's sitting at 9 elims for herself throughout game 1 to game 2. But shout out to Mary, a player kind of rising up the ranks when it comes to Control to keep her eyes out for. She picks up 5 in game number 2. It's a star-studded roster without question. Can they hold on to it, though? That's really the question on my mind after all. 2 maps down, and the 3rd one about to come your way. We're going to be hopping into Sanhok when we come back from the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Ladies Titan Series Season 2 Finals. 2 maps down, Map 3 Sanhok, about to come your way. It's only played once throughout our 6-map rotation, but it's an impactful one to gain momentum and, well, change your luck a little bit if you're down the leaderboard. Major Pride, I'm looking at you, right? You won the qualifiers. Can you win where it matters most to get to $2,000 first place prize? I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Mustache Dave, as well as Neptura. Been calling the action all day, and it's been great hearing the analysis, breaking it all down. And Neptura, always a big fan, right, of everything that you bring to the table. You know, you're a great analyst, you're a great coach. You've kind of done it all when it comes to the scene, and you keep impressing me when it comes to your commentary. And speaking of which, Control, right, they're dominant, they're playing well. Cruelty, they've got 2 back-to-back second places, yet when it comes to the leaderboard, you know, still a little bit further down they probably wanted. They're in the money, though. Cruelty, they could just get a couple more eliminations. They're going to be all right. What is a team outside of Control and the top teams that have really stood out to you, even if they've not necessarily got the best eliminations or the best placing?
I think 2 teams, Golden Eagles, because they have that momentum. They keep being aggressive, but they've got strategy. They've got ideas. They're communicating really well. They got the brains there for sure, but also Angels. They don't back down even as a duo. They're making those plays. They're making those pushes. And yeah, they're not backing down. They're not being shy about things, and they're getting the job done even when they are disadvantaged. So definitely ones to watch, especially for Sanhok.
Well, that's a great thing of a competitor, isn't it, Dave? Like, when you're at a disadvantage, finding a way to battle through that. Some of the best teams do it. And, well, we're obviously looking at Golden Eagles and we're looking at Angels. Golden Eagles, again, to go back to what I love about them, at least from Map 2, they like playing that gatekeeping role. It's a risky play sometimes because you know you're going to be fighting teams who are aggressively coming in, but Golden Eagles seem to find a way to make it work. You question their playability, though, in the blue zone, but then you ended up being a fan of it after it ended up working out.
Yeah, I was a fan until it stopped working out again, right? So that's one of the downsides, right? Is because at that point you're playing the edge because you are coming in so late, and then when you have hard shift, another hard shift, and another hard shift, like you're just gonna be chasing the zones the whole time, and they got taken out because of that. But at least they had some good fights with 5 eliminations before they got taken out. So we'll see. I feel like we saw that strategy from them in both games 1 and games 2. So definitely a team that is comfortable with playing from the blue. So we'll see how that pans out for them here tonight.
All right, well, let's see if our predictions pan out. So far, they haven't. That's okay. I guarantee we're at least going to get one tonight. Oh, if the collective mind makes it happen. I'm going to start off this time because I feel like it's always unfair going to one of you two, right? So starting off the day, hey, I'm going back to my original prediction, and I'm going Major Pride, not Control.
Not Control.
Are
We all
with
picked Control, though. So I don't know.
I think
Are you sure about that?
I think Control's a good pick, though. Hey, Control, I'll be solid with that. I'm going Major Pride, though, because I think they're on the come up. Like, they've been improving from Map 1 to Map 2. I don't know if they're in their head a little bit, but this is their map without question. Dave, let's go to you for map number 3. Who's winning?
Good pick. Good pick. 9 eliminations in game number 2 for Major Pride. So definitely feeling a lot better after their 4 eliminations in game number 1. I think because we are heading into that midway point of the day, I can still kind of go for like those spicier picks. So if I had to do like a rapid fire pick, I would go with the Angels squad once again for Sanhok. Ooh. They continue to show up in the late game. We just got to see some more eliminations from them, and then maybe that winner wearing chicken dinner.
All right, Angels, let's see if you could do it. Neptura, real quick, who you going for?
Real quick, I'm gonna go with Dave. I had this name in my head since before he said it, so we're gonna go duos on that one. So is it a cast or curse, or do we cancel each other out there, or is it a cast or curse? I don't know.
We're gonna find out.
Canceling.
We're gonna find out real quick. All I know is I'm the odd man out, and I feel pretty bad. I wanted to join the team now, and I can't. I'm a little bit too. Going with Angels? All right.
Time.
I'm going with Angels regardless of the graphics.
Let's
hey,
go.
chat. Angels all the way. Let's see if they can fly up, reach heaven, and, well, that winner chicken dinner. That's the goal. Map number 3, Sanhok. Let's get it started. Dave, Neptura, take it away.
Ooh, we're already into the action. Sanhok is the land of the hot drops right now. Dave, Cruelty Girls not messing around here against Control. Big team to go up against, but you'll want to take them out early if you want a shot for sure here over in Camp Charlie.
Yeah, big fight. Big fight. Team Control, obviously the team to watch here because of their back-to-back games with 12 eliminations, but the Cruelty Girls can put a stop to that momentum right here, right now. That might actually turn the tides for the rest of the tournament here tonight. So it does look like Team Control, they got one of their squad mates, IXIA, is going to be bleeding on out. Looks like we are going to be getting the pickup over here as Mary with the Tommy gun, the spray down through the windows. Cruelty Girl is just getting picked apart from multiple window angles right now, Neptura.
Aren't they just? Yeah, it was looking a little split there, a little touch and go for a second, but Control have been able to regroup really effectively, really quickly, and now it's looking like it's the end of the road. Yeah, it's the end of the road for the Cruelty Girls. That was very quick. It's just the risk you take when you do these hot drops, though, Dave, right? And Team Control, the momentum is not to be stopped anytime soon.
Yeah, that was close. It was close. Maybe
it was close.
Potential momentum killer, but they're not going to allow that to happen. Not tonight. Not when there's a $5,000 prize pool. So after that fight, Neptura, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little concerned for the rest of the lobby because Team Control, they got hot drop and they still come out on top and they have the whole squad still alive, right? Like they didn't lose anybody in the process. They were able to provide each other the needed support if they did get a knock and get the pickup and the cover fire. Like now I am getting a little concerned for the rest of the lobby because Team Control, they are just firing on all cylinders here tonight.
They sure are. I mean, it's looking like it could be another Rook sort of performance from last season, right? It's not the 4 out of 6 wins yet, but it is back-to-back, almost to back now, really, really good performances. And like you said, they don't show any signs of slowing down.
No
so
weaknesses.
could be very dominant for them. Dominant is Summer right now. She knows exactly where this Muffins player is, and they're going to try and take her out as soon as possible. And they do. Oh, that was very quick. Not the fists. Oh, the DPS.
Whoa. Oh.
That was close.
It was close.
You got a little bit too confident there. You gotta hold your horses until all the players are eliminated. Come on, Black Mamba, but they do get 4.
And keeping it real goes wrong. But at least Summer had, like you mentioned, her squad mates there to provide the support. So we're still keeping it real out here. Keeping it real. Already losing 2 teams. We saw Cruelty Girls get wiped out right there on their hot drop. Cruelty Girls game 1, they had 2 eliminations. Game 2, they had 5 eliminations. And we're checking in with the Muffins over here. Muffins. I believe they had not a lot of eliminations in game number 1. Number 2, we saw them kind of going back and forth, a lot of damage, but only 2 eliminations. So both these teams definitely need to come up with the game plan, Neptura. I mean, TLDR, where I was going with that. 3 more games to go. All right, TLDR. 3 more games to go. You're going to have about 20, 25 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes right now to really come together as a squad, make a game plan, halftime, and then finish strong, right?
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, as we enter now the halfway point, at some point, some of these teams are going to feel more pressure, which is something they're going to have to contend with, right? We've been talking about mindset and talking about some of these teams' momentum and everything. But, you know, while we have been talking about the really heavy hitters of tonight so far, there are other teams like Golden Eagles who are kind of sitting in the middle there, 6th or 7th place. And as the night wears on, as we get to that halfway point, they're going to start feeling the pressure of only a couple more games to go to make that difference.
Catching up right now. We do got that 5-minute delay. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I see a lot of 9 a.m. people in the chat cheering for them, cheering for the Angel. So we got a lot of people agreeing with our caster picks here. You love to see it. Always fun to
Yeah.
get the chat involved. And shout out to everybody watching, tuning on in here tonight for the Ladies Titan Series Finals, season number 2. Always a good time.
Heck yeah. Love to see it. Had a little bit of a more quiet game after those initial hot drops, though, Dave. So we got a little bit of chatting to do. Let me just make sure I have my map feed up and
Pull up the
running
map.
here. But
By the
yeah,
way,
I will. I forgot.
Reflections was giving you some shout outs. Shout out to you. You recently made partner, right, on your YouTube channel with
did.
all
Oh,
those
thank you.
analysis breakdown videos of PUBG Mobile
sir.
content.
Yeah.
So congrats.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been 3.5 years in the making, so it's really exciting to have done that now. So very, very cool. Very happy to be part of the partner family now.
Part of the partner.
So that's gonna be fun. Heck yeah.
Getting back into the match here. Definitely slower game now that we had those 2 early skirmishes, and just kind of getting away the land. Maybe Phoenix Esports will get into a fight with the Sunflowers, who I still have high hopes for here tonight. Not gonna lie, Sunflowers. If you did miss our pre-show, they're a squad that they told me they've been really doing a lot of VOD work, looking at the drops, rotations, doing their homework, their prep work for tonight. And well, game 1, game 2, kind of a challenge here so far when it comes to the team fights. So we might see the Sunflowers clash here again with a potential 4v4 fight up against Phoenix Esports, and hopefully it goes their way so they can kind of get some wind, right? Some sun for the Sunflowers, because the Sunflowers, remember, 12 games, the qualifiers, they were number 3, the 3rd seeded squad coming in here too tonight. So a lot of high hopes for this team.
Yeah, and so far they've not been half bad, right? You definitely see that VOD review coming in clutch there. They got some nice positions. Their splits are pretty good. You see them being able to you can see the vibes that they're getting. They're communicating, they're working, they're looking for new opportunities all the time. So really, really good stuff coming in from them. The zone has not really worked in their favor, and there's been a lot of things going on with like other teams. They're just not winning those fights, but the base strategy is pretty darn good. So hopefully they can pick up improve some of those weaker points there over the next couple games. Get some points, yeah.
Get some points. We are at the halfway mark now. Looking over here at the Golden Eagles, I believe that was going to be Extreme Esports out there in the distance, overlooking them. Not taking any shots quite yet. Oh, as I say that, there we go. They had an opportunity, so they do. Should be able to get back into cover, get the pick up. Don't really see Extreme pushing down here. Got a nice little hilltop to work with for the time being, and there's going to be another squad across the way as well. It's going to be Quit Esports. So yeah, right now Golden Eagles just kind of hunkering down in their little shacks, and just kind of going to play this one out, as they do have a nice little centralized position here in the current circle.
All right, Dave, I got a question.
My mustache.
Yeah.
It's real. Oh, is that another question?
Right, yeah. No, I never doubted for a second it wasn't real, Dave.
Appreciate it. People think I'm faking it. It's been like 6 to 7 years now. Still get that question. It's like, nah. The producer's saying they saw me sticking on in the tech check. Exposed.
Nah.
Screenshots coming out later. So it's fake.
That splendor can't be faked.
It's
There's
fake.
no way. No way.
AI Dave. It's an AI mustache.
Oh, AI Dave. Okay, is it Doug?
Doug.
Is that
The
is that
return
what
of
is
Doug.
happening? The return of Doug.
Doug is just my alias when I don't have the mustache on. My real name's Doug, actually.
I see.
Yeah, my real name's Doug.
Oh, okay.
But when I put the mustache on, they call me Dave, But
all right.
what was the question? What was the question? Shoot. Go for it.
The question was,
Were you going to ask me something?
I was, maybe. Was I? I think so. Anyway, Extreme.
Yeah.
Extreme Esports.
Yeah.
Their center.
Yeah.
Golden Eagles, their center. Which position do you prefer? The uphill open or the downhill compound.
uphill open for sure, because then you're not
Yeah,
like
there we go.
pigeonholed. Yeah, you're safe, you're in a compound, but you only have like so many angles to really peek and get involved, get some eliminations. Not only that, you're just kind of stuck, especially on Sanhok. You got the third party, you got the fourth party, and the Golden Eagles situation. There's like 3 different teams on the high ground surrounding them, right? So Golden Eagles, yeah, you can survive, but when it comes to making it out of there alive, it's going to be a challenge. So without a doubt, I like Extreme Esports position. But talking about positions, 9 a.m. Esports looking for some plays on Major
Whoa.
Pride.
You're a team that's been struggling a little bit. Major Pride's not the team you want to come up against. So that is unfortunate, but they're holding their own a little bit here. Major Pride got caught out, I think, a little bit by surprise out in the open there. So they're going to have to rethink their position a little bit here. O'Daddy was rezzed back up, but Rose still in a little bit of trouble there. I tell you what, Dave,
Yeah.
Major Pride have been a big talking point for us, but so far they've done okay. They've not really been as hard hitting as we've expected them to be.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, last game 9 eliminations, so it was their best performance yet. Definitely kind of clocking in the fire, putting it underneath them, and well, we'll see what will happen here. 9 a.m. Esports looks like they're all going to be alive and active. Next circle does pop, so both these teams need to take into consideration the blue zone as well, right? But when it comes to Major Pride, they're going to have 9 a.m. right behind them. So very curious to see what Major Pride, all that experience from the duo, we're talking about how that comes into play here and how that factors in on their next push.
Major Pride, I think, historically do pretty well on Sanhok. So maybe this is the turnaround game, right? As I said before the game, generally for Sanhok, I look at the 9 to 16th place teams to win the Sanhok always. But Major Pride might be a good contender for this game if they can make it out of this precarious situation. They have just enough of momentum to be helped out greatly by the Sanhok, but still be able to dominate when it comes to a lot of these teams. So could be a good contender, but they have to make it to zone first.
Yeah, and they get the US too. So it looks like 9 a.m. had like a 3-1 split going on, actually. Maybe the solo out there in the north was looking for a vehicle, but Major Pride. Okay, that's a rotate right there going into the blue. Are we like trying to double back and wrap around 9 a.m.? But what is the plan? Like, what do you see from them right now, Major Pride? What's going on? I want to know.
Okay, I think they're going to come in north of Paradise Resort. I think they're going for a majorly north rotation. They understand that south side is going to be super busy, so they're going to try to come down from the north. But that's a big rotation.
Yeah, that's a big rotation in the blue. That's a bold play. But they were able to successfully survive the sight lines of 9 a.m. And honestly, it's kind of a blessing for 9 a.m. because now at least their path to the zone is somewhat clear. Yes, the circle jam-packed with teams, but at least now they don't have to worry about it until they get closer, right? And clashing with Major Pride. So both teams for the time being still going to be surviving. And you can't see me, but air quotes for the time being, right? Because both teams are going to have just a difficult approach, like you mentioned, into the circle.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult.
Major Pride
it's a tough one to call. They are almost there. I think it's a good zone to do it with, as well as Bootcamp still is in zone though, Dave. So this fight is going to be one that's going to be important for both of these teams right now. There's no one else in Bootcamp right now. So if they clear this up, they can control the fight.
Oh no, 3 players in the corner. I got the DBS. You already know I'm knocking down that door, but fortunate for some, they were able to get some free fire right there through the doorway. Put a stop to the DBS and then put a stop to the other 3 members of Phoenix Esports. Down to just a solo. Where is the last member of Phoenix? Where are we? Oh, we're
away.
not able to support the push. Right when keeping it real goes bad. The DBS, sometimes you got the DBS, you are just too confident. And you know, I want to say 8 out of 10 times the DBS wins that fight, but They were just ready here, Neptura. They were just ready.
They sure were. They
Good
sure
fight,
were.
though.
GG's.
Yeah,
Well
good
done
fight.
them. Yeah, a really good fight from them. It points they need for sure here. I think Sunflower have an opportunity to do something awesome to gatekeep them, but unfortunately I think they're in the river itself. They're not on the cliffs outside of boot camp, so it's gonna be a little bit harder for them to do something about the teams over in boot camp. But Dave,
Major Pride.
BIS, they've been
I didn't mean to
oh no,
cut
go
you off,
ahead.
but
What,
Major
Major
Pride,
Pride?
they're still like on the rotate. It's actually blowing my
Whoa.
mind. But
What are they doing? That's crazy.
what else? What else? We could say the same thing for BIS. Burning Silence. They got
Yeah.
4v1, and the one is beating them right now.
Yeah.
Already knocking down 2. Okay, there we go.
Whoa. There we
There we
go.
go. This is getting a little concerned. But yeah, Major Pride.
Mm,
Talk about the
wow.
rotation. Wild rotate from them.
That's huge.
Wild
That's a
rotate.
huge rotation. Also, the split. They've got a 1-3 split inside, outside the zone here as they make this push against, I believe, the Angels, right? Up onto that compound on the north side. So this is interesting from them for sure, as 9 a.m. do go out there.
Yeah.
0 eliminations despite their best efforts. Honestly, I'm surprised by that. They've done so much and gained so little, unfortunately.
Yeah, just 2 split. And here comes that fight we were talking about. Major Pride. Oh, daddy. Crashing the compound with the US, immediately knocked out with that grenade. And it looks like the Angel's going to be tossing a couple presents behind in the form of grenades to allow them to reposition into the circle instead of going for this fight
Interesting.
here. Looking ahead, it is quite the interesting zone that they have to play here, but I would like to see them focus on Major Pride, honestly. Flush them out before moving forward, but looks like both these teams not really wanting to get into the conflict right here. And it looks like the Angels, well, they lost 2 right now, or at least 2 of them got knocked on the reposition. Meanwhile, Major Pride, still 4 of them stronger than ever, still up and alive.
Mm-hmm. Their survivability is insane, right? I mean, Major Pride still up as 4 after insane rotation through the blue and a self nade, or rather a teammate nade, friendly fire happening in that push against Angels. So how they survive that is beyond me. But now you got Extreme Slayers as the zone moves in, getting some knocks over onto Angels as well. Oh, it's an interesting zone for sure. You still got that island a little bit in play for a little while longer. But I don't think they can do much.
Yeah,
with it. I think
yeah,
everybody
Black
knows they're
Mamba.
there.
Yeah, you are. Enjoy the island while you can. I think we have a player here tonight called Mojito, so hopefully Mojito can meet up with them on that island. But yeah, shout out to Major Pride. Their rotations here tonight, very bold, and it is working out in their favor. And now they're actually going to be the team that's proactive, and they're going to be in a nice position to possibly gatekeep all those squads on the shoreline. So Major Pride, this is when they crank up that dial and get these eliminations. And it all comes down to just their rotations, which has been blowing my mind here.
Yeah. I mean, I tell you what, actually, Extreme Slayers have been protecting Golden Eagles quite a bit because they have not been, or the Golden Eagles have not been pushed on in that compound because Extreme Slayers were up there. They weren't unable to actually get any sort of push going on without getting taken out by them up top. So Golden Eagles still here as a full squad, and they are going to be retaliating or kind of rewarding that protection with a little bit of a push here, but it's a double push.
Yeah.
Dave, look who's here.
Yeah, Extreme Esports, little 2-2 split out happening right now. Looks like 2 of their squad mates going to be focusing on the teams in the south, kind of clashing right now. Looking for that third party and team control. Whoa, there's a Phoenix player way downtown. Way downtown. Going to be
Whoa.
picking up a elimination, and that's going to be now forcing Extreme Esports to focus on flushing out the Golden Eagles here. Let's see what happens, Neptura.
Oof. Yeah, the Golden Eagles with their nades, man. I mean, they're generally pretty accurate with them, and it's a great way to keep them pushed back, and especially on these sorts of hills. But the zone has moved away now. Both these teams are going to have to finish this up. It's not something they can disengage from, Dave. Stage 6, the zone's too small. They got to do something here.
Definitely agree with you. The Golden Eagles have showed us here tonight. Only 3 games. I get it, gassing them up, but their grenades have been phenomenal. Their utility usage when it comes to smoke, small toss, and the grenades have been on point here tonight from the Golden Eagles. And they're still going to be alive with 3 eliminations in the South. And it does look like those grenades kind of forced Extreme Esports off for the time being. Now Extreme Esports are going to be out here on the edge of the hill, trying to avoid the shots from, you guessed it, Major Pride.
Oof. Down they go at last, but top 5, 2 eliminations, not bad. Keeps the points going, right? And you know, points every game, that's a really, really good sign. Keeps you most likely in the top 5, right? Because it's that consistency that pays off in the end. But we are down to our top 4, Dave. And unlike other games, we actually have all 4 top 4 teams as a full squad.
Yeah, 4v4, v4, v4. Okay, it's just not enough 4s in there.
A lot of 4s.
A lot of 4s. And we're in our top 4. There you go. I just blew your mind.
So many 4s.
So many 4s. But not for long here in Neptura.
Not for long. Yeah, absolutely. Extreme Slayers having a little bit of an issue here. The zone's gone away from the hillside. So Genesis is a team that we've not heard much from so far this evening, but here they are. Again, not many elims on their side right now, but top 4 position, full squad, and they have the majority control of the zone. So looking very good for them. If they can just keep their angles tight, which they are so far. Rage is their direct competitor at the moment, and they're doing some numbers. Yeah,
and I was just about to say Extreme Rage. We were talking about them from game 1, 200 damage, game 2, like 2,000 damage, and now they're going to be showing up here in the late game as well. Definitely feeling good, but they are getting picked apart from multiple teams. They get picked apart from Extreme Esports, but look at this, Jess. It's Jess in the bush right now.
It's Jess.
It's Jess.
Jess, Nate, Jess.
Ooh. They don't know which bush it's coming from, and here comes Extreme Rage popping up here.
Done.
Getting some knocks, but look at this, not able to take out the final player from Extreme Esports. So what a clutch finish right there. Very, very nice fight coming out from Extreme Rage. But now this is when Genesis need to make the push. They're allowing the revive to happen over there.
Yeah.
They had 4. They had the whole team up, Neptura.
They did. And now they're all, I mean, the nades are still going to do damage, right? Picks off what they should have picked off themselves. But now they have that second opportunity. They are going to go for the push here. 2-2 split around the side, and they get the job done eventually. Genesis, I keep saying it, Sanhok is for those lower place teams, and Genesis proved the point again. A great boost in those points for them.
Yeah, they had 1 elimination game 1, 5 eliminations game 2. So game 2, definitely a better game for them, of course, but 8 eliminations plus the winner chicken dinner here, reflections.
Yeah.
GG's to them.
GG's indeed. That's their first win of the Lady Titan Series Season 2, whether it be the qualifiers or obviously here in the finals. So good on them, and what a better time to get a win, right, than the actual finals where you're trying to go for the money in top 5 to try and earn your place within that $5,000 prize pool. They were set up quite well. Center zone when it came down to the final zones, of course. 8 eliminations. They'll take that to the bank all day, every day. They were the thorn in the side for Extreme Rage, who was trying their best to stay alive as long as possible, but Nepturia pointed out those tight angles from Genesis, and well, they were tight, and Extreme Rage ended up paying for it and getting punished, I should say. Golden Eagles will return and get their second third place of the day, but where they're falling short is those eliminations. They only had 4 in game number 1, and they picked up 3 in game number 3. Game number 2, unfortunately, fortunately, they do get 5, but still 14th place. Overall, though, a decent game for our top 4 teams. Neptura, Extreme Esports, put a little highlight on them. 12 eliminations. They fell down to second place to Control after game number 2. Looks like they might be back on top after this great game number 3.
Yeah, this game is exactly what they needed. And Dave and I were talking about that hillside early on in the game, right? It's such a controlling position. The zone continued to go their direction, which allowed them that freedom to control without having to worry about rotating too much. And yeah, it was a really nice position. They play those kinds of angles super duper well, and it paid off for them in the end. So a really good result for them. Yeah, it was really good.
It was. And taking a step back in time, Dave, Control ended up starting off hot against Cruelty with a flawless victory. It's sad to see Cruelty drop last place, right? The first team to drop, given the fact that they finished game 1 and game 2 in second place back-to-back.
Yeah, Cruelty have definitely been real spicy here tonight, but that's what happens. You know, you're hot dropping, you kind of tossing the coin up. Is it going to land on heads or tails? It can go either way. And unfortunate for them, it was Team Control, one of the most consistent teams in the lobby that they went up against. And yeah, Team Control, we didn't see them in the late game, but they still had 8 eliminations, so they're going to be big chilling. But yeah, word of advice, avoid the hot drop when you only got a one-day event. I think it's safe to say. But here are the two extremes fighting each other. It's just in that bush. Extreme Esports had no clue, and I love that Jess kind of was being really patient, waiting for them to start to move to the back of that building before popping the trap and taking some shots. I mean, that takes some skill right there, and patience. So very cool fight from them. But Genesis Esports coming out on top here. Reflections.
Yeah, feels good. Again, their first winner chicken dinner when it comes to the Latent Titan Series Season 2. Shout out to them. 18 points. They'll take that to the bank, and that should put them up in the running at least, or at least getting into the conversation of top 5. As Neptura said, Sanhok is that map where some of those bottom teams can make a big impact, and well, they did exactly that with Genesis. Team Control, they'll finish off in 10th place with 8 total points, but the big news is Extreme Esports, who's been battling for first and second place against Control, should overtake them now as they net 10 plus points over that of Team Control, who was, or at least was, in first place. It's still a tight race. Golden Eagles now getting the most points they've got tonight. We go to our overall Neptura, and what do we see?
Oh, we see Extreme back on top. Only by 4 points, but they are on top. And you know what? It doesn't matter about the points at the end of the day. It matters about what position you're in. So if they can control that lead, keep that going, then they are looking very good. I don't think Team Control are going to back down anytime soon, but they got their own problems, right? Genesis up to 3rd place right now. Sure, the gap is still there, but it's far closer than it was before this game.
That's right. It is close, but still pretty far away, Dave. When we talk about going from 3rd to 2nd place, you need 20 points. That's 2 winner chicken dinners, and of course your eliminations are going to count into that. But I don't see Control or Extreme slowing down. So for Genesis, Golden Eagles, and well, the winners of the qualifiers, Major Pride, they've got a lot of work to do and only 3 games to go.
Yeah, Major Pride. We've been talking a lot, right, about their rotations here tonight, and they've been phenomenal. But I almost feel like we're getting to the point where they might be overthinking their rotates. Sometimes the easiest path forward is the best path forward, right? But we'll see. Like you mentioned, still 3 more games to go, only halfway done, so they definitely have a lot more games to play catch up. But yeah, those 2 teams at the top, I don't see them slowing down anytime soon.
I don't think so. SOM down there in 13th place. Skills of Minds. I think they had some impactful moments in game number 3, but such a way that they have to, or such a mountain, I should say, they have to climb at this point. Top 5. Looking pretty stacked. Honestly, it's a race for 3rd through 5th. You know, at least at the moment. Game number 4, Neptura, is going to be very telling, which obviously is going to be going back to Erangel. But Extreme Control, they've got to be shut down. Is this the time to do so, Neptura? Is this where you maybe not hot drop, but at least start thinking, okay, how can I start to slow those 2 teams down? Because right now, they're on a train. It's not stopping. They just keep on going.
Yeah, it really is. I think honestly, this is going to be their last opportunity to shut any sort of momentum down they have, right? After this, it's kind of goodbye. You got to focus on that 3rd place and on downwards. There we go. One thing at a time. But yeah, I think you're gonna try and get him out on early rotation. Hopefully, there's been a little bit of VOD review going on. You
Sure.
kind of have learned what they're doing tonight, at least from the last few games, and I think some teams should be really taking advantage of that.
Well, taking advantage is the fans for Control. They're in the chat. They're getting loud for him. Control, hey, chat, I'll tell you what, they're looking pretty good. They currently sit in second place, but they're only down by 4 points. Extreme Esports, Control, they're going back and forth for first place. The question is, will second through, let's even throw in sixth place, move up there? We're talking Cruelty, Major Pride, Golden Eagles, Genesis, all needing to come up and do so right here, right now. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map for Erangel coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the Lady Titan Series 2 finals. Hey, we're back. It's a great time. It really is. 3 maps down, 3 more to go. We've reached our halfway point, and already it's starting to look a bit dicey for the teams trying to make it for the bulk of the cash, right? First and second place. There's a big drop off. We're talking 20 points from second place down to third. And, well, it gets even greater as you drop on down, even down to sixth place. So if you want to talk about getting to work, these ladies need to do so if they want to try to break in the top 2, because currently XTREME Esports and Team Control, they lead the way. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful, let's bring him in, Mustache Dave, as well as Neptura. Hold on. We got the candle, but we also got a mic arm, and we got a little bit of Mustache Dave. Yo, it's chaos. It's chaos in here. Can I get... Yo, hey, freaking... No one, everybody got a little bit intimate.
I think we were zooming in on my family portrait. That's what was happening there. I had a family portrait in the background of, Doug. Remember, I was talking about Doug, who, me without the mustache. So, yeah.
Oh, you're
yeah.
Right there. That's Doug.
That's Doug. Where?
There's Doug. Where is he?
So is that hand drawn, hand painted?
Yeah, hand painted.
Okay.
Portrait. Very famous. Very famous.
There it is.
That's just a smiley face with 2 lines and a
famous artist, Jacques Pierre. All right.
AKA Doug.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's just me without a mustache. I am Doug.
Okay.
Were you not listening to the show?
I'm listening. It's you without a mustache, and that's why I get confused, because I know you as Doug, right? But now you turned into the Mustache Dave, legendary Mustache Dave. Neptura, you with the mustache. What would Neptura be with the mustache? What would the name be? Pierre?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
We'll go with Pierre.
Alexander, probably.
Alexander. Hey,
Alexander
I
like that. Alexander.
Yeah.
I like
Alexandra is my middle name, so...
Fair enough. Neptura Alexander Network. I like it. All right. Hey, check it out. Map number 4. We're going back into Erangel, the home of XTREME Esports, which good news for them. They're already in first place at the moment. So who will be the first team to get to winner chicken dinners tonight? Will it be Extreme Control or Genesis, who enters into the mix? Their stock is on the rise as they currently sit in third place off of the back of a wonderful game number 3, which Neptura leads the question. Genesis, right, was a team that was struggling for all intents and purposes after game 1 and game 2, but after game 3, they're now in the running to potentially make not only some money, but put Control and Extreme at risk of potentially losing first or second. So comes to show you one good game, Neptura. You're back in the running, but only 3 more games to go.
Yeah, and not another Sanhok amongst them, unfortunately,
That's
right?
right.
Hopefully it's been enough for them to get that momentum going and at least do a little bit better, continue to close that gap. Even now, I don't think we're going to see much catch-up from many of these teams. I think the momentum's just too much. The gap is too much. But Genesis sure can give them a run for their money and maybe give them a little bit more to worry about than they have so far.
All right, well, I want to see Golden Eagles give some teams, a little bit of worry. They're in 4th place currently with 22 points. They've got 23 points to catch up to Control. But what I like about them is their consistency on Erangel, also Sanhok. They got 3rd place on both of those maps. They now go back to Erangel. I wanted to see them challenge themselves and playing that edge role, right? Playing Papa Blue, I get it, but also getting a little bit more eliminations because they're getting the placings. If they can just keep that consistent and get, let's say, maybe 6 more eliminations per game, I think they're going to be just fine and, well, it could be a mainstay in the top 2. Game number 4, let's get it started. We're back on Erangel. Dave, Neptura, take it away.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Reflections, here we go. Game number 4. Dave, we're officially past the halfway point in tonight's event in the ladies' finals. And this is where the pressure really starts to kick in for a lot of these teams. Maybe not so much the 9th through 16th, right? Because I think the gap is getting a little bit bigger. But definitely those that are within reach of the top 5, they got to really get their skates on. They don't have much time left.
Yeah. First place, $2,000. Second place, $1,200. Third place, $800. So that's where the big money is. And then, like you mentioned, 4th place, $600. And then 5th place, $400. So that's a lot of UC. I know PUBG Mobile keeps coming out with some sick skins, and you always need that UC in the bank to
Absolutely
get it done. So,
ooh,
what is
Fewer hot
happening
dogs.
here? Yeah, like what is happening over here? There's some fights. Team Muffins, once again, everybody's got it out
Muffins?
for Team Muffins. What's
Poor
the
Muffins.
deal? All right, what is the let the Muffins just let them thrive, right? Let them thrive.
Literally.
Let them thrive. Who's this?
Gotta let them cook.
Yeah, it's gonna be Black Mamba. So
bake.
let them bake. Yeah, let them bake. Let them bake.
Let them bake. Let them bake.
Let them bake. Let them bake.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you know what, Dave, though?
Let 'em
At
bake,
least the
Nectar.
zone is being nice to people this time.
Yeah.
You know, it's being nice. We got some hot drops, we got some stuff going, but the zone's like, you know what? I'll give y'all time. You do what you need to do. I support you. And then, you know, come to the zone when you're ready. And that's nice. Thank you, PUBG,
No
for being kind to me.
possibility of a
For
60% water circle this game.
None.
None.
0.
Hold up though. Hold the front door.
Hey,
9 a.m.
hang on. Who just went out there?
9 a.m. and Golden Eagles, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh?
We were just
In hospital?
yeah, we were
What a
just gassing
weird-
up the Golden Eagles. What is going on over here in Nepturo?
This is weird. This is a weird hot drop. Who drops hospital, first of all? Why do two teams drop hospital? Interesting. It kind of feels like they were going, you know, no one's going to drop here, and then two teams had the exact same idea, which is very unfortunate, but the name of the game, sometimes it happens. Right now, not a
shotgun
whole
battle.
lot of, yeah, shotgun battle at that range is interesting from Hate, but sure, go off.
Love the hairstyle.
Zooch has, it's great,
Yeah.
first of all, but she's got 0 options in weapons. It's rifle or rifle, whichever one you want to do. So
Comes to squad.
at
mate.
least she's got her teammate.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming in, getting that support. But she seems to be holding her own for so far. Never mind. I'm
No.
sorry I cursed you immediately. The Tommy gun just too OP. So that's gonna be hospital cleared there, and I think 9 a.m. They're gonna have to just regroup, go somewhere else. It's not worth it.
I'm out of here. What we're saying here.
Whoa,
Oh,
what? Cat veins.
no! Cat veins.
You're an icon. Look at you go. Wow.
9 8
That spray though. That's a shame.
That's a shame. Now we're down to just
I mean-
Mojito.
Mhm.
Mojito.
And they were only 3 to begin with, right? So Mojito's on her own for sure here. Is unfortunate coming into the 4th game. You really wanted to see a little bit more from them, but they do have 1 point on the board. If she can just survive top 8 or excuse me, top 8 or so, they
It's gonna
should
be
be
tough
good
though.
to go there. It is gonna be
It'll
tough.
be tough.
The way these games have been going, the teams have not been backing down very easily. So
Yeah.
top 8 is really top 3 in a normal game.
Gonna be tough, but we'll see. Gonna be cheering for Mojito as we get a nice little look here at Team Muffins. We were talking about them earlier on. So Team Muffins, they were in IXIA first. They found some weapons. They were taking shots at Black Mamba, who were still in their parachutes. I believe Black Mamba did not appreciate that at all. Game number 1, we saw both these squads kind of peel off, go their own separate directions from IXIA. Oh,
Beautiful.
no! But I
So
believe
good.
after that, Summer and crew were like, hey, you're going to take shots at us while we're in our parachutes. We are going to loot, and we are coming for those muffins.
Oh, not the team name.
Muffin on muffin violence out
Josh.
here.
She burnt the batter. She burnt it.
Oh,
it's all
you
gone.
can tell they're pissed. Yeah, little free fire on the box. And you know what, Muffins? We got an Erangel, game 6. Go somewhere else, please, for the sake of the Muffin fans.
Please.
For the sake of the
Yeah.
Muffin fans.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, between the nades that were perfectly, you know, baked to perfection to the nades that got a little bit burnt around the edges, that was unfortunate there. It's just did not go their way for sure. And Muffins have been having such a hard time
Yeah.
all evening, I think. You know, they have the right ideas, they do all the right things, it seems, they just keep getting taken out time and time again by different teams. So something they may have to kind of rethink in parts of their strategy here. We'll see how they go for the next game, which will be a Miramar. So maybe they'll have another chance to go on the highest cliffs in the map. But we'll see.
Miramar coming up next. But
Miramar. Yes.
got a lot of action to still unfold here on this game. Going back to Yasnaya, looks like Black Mamba. They're going to have some time to get some loot before repositioning. So the Angels, they were all the way in Kameshki, surprisingly enough. They were able to get some loot. They drove right past Yasnaya towards the south. The Saw there in the distance. Burn in Silence going to be over here on the shorelines of the inlet near Ruins. Ruins, huh? What are your thoughts on Ruins, Nepturo?
I hate them.
Oh, why? There's so much history and lore.
Strong opinions. Strong opinions.
Okay, so let us hear it. What are your strong opinions on the Ruins?
Ruins is not worth your time. There's too many angles. It's flat most of the time. Anybody who's on Castle can see you if you're anywhere else in Ruins. The hills outside Ruins, far better. The zone generally doesn't go that direction anyway, so by the time you're done battling it out against the other teams that are there, you have to move anyway. It's just not worth it. Bad. Just bad.
Just bad. Would you
Just
say that is the worst spot, in your opinion, to call home and hunker down, or is there one that tops Ruins that just really doesn't feel right?
I would almost say Quarry, but Quarry plays
Quarry.
better than Ruins a lot of the time. So maybe Ruins is the worst spot. Maybe it is. It might be.
Burn in Silence are like, yeah, we're in Ruins right now. Yep, this is our home. Ruins it up. Extreme Esports, they're a little east of it. A little east of it. They're going to be having a little 2-2 split on that little island, that little midway point between the north and the south right here. So we'll keep tabs on Nepturo's favorite position here on Erangel. As a lot of teams right now just on their early game rotate. There's so much terrain to be had right now, so much room in this circle. But we do hear some shots ringing on out. It's gotta be team control over here. I believe trying to avoid the shots from the Angels here, Nepturo.
Yeah, and the Angels are looking for blood. Look at them go. They're really moving towards this position, but I think this might just be a little bit of a scare tactic here. They don't want to push too far, right? You don't want to go into their territory. You just want to keep them out of yours, and that's what the Angels are doing here. They're just sticking to their side of the fence. Just making sure that control don't push too far here. Good strategy to take. But the angles that either of these teams have, I don't know. I think it really is just a waiting game until this next zone.
Definitely a waiting game. And hoping that you don't overextend and lose one of your squad mates getting knocked here. But it does look like that's some intel, but we're going to be pulling back here just a little bit. Next circle did pop, and it is going to be favoring a little bit of the southern tip. So we're going to be sending it down south just a little bit. Just a little bit. Major Pride going to be now making their approach towards the circle near Mount Everest. They are going to be passing by, possibly Burn in Silence. Yeah, we're good. No one saw that. No one saw that.
No one saw it.
Burn in Silence. And I'm going back to that. Like you said a great point. Burn in Silence, if they were in those little like foothills, they would have had sight lines on the Major Pride push, right? But instead, they're kind of pigeonholed inside of Ruins. They lose a lot of vision.
Yeah.
So Major Pride actually zooming right
happens.
past them, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. And also, as you see Major Pride starting to do now, if they know that there's a team in Ruins, you're easily gate capped. Ruins is such an isolating position. That's difficult to get out of once the zone moves away. And I say once the zone, not if the zone. Because the zone never goes to Ruins. Ever.
Tito, pull up Major Pride. Got Tito on the sticks here tonight, by the way. Because Major Pride, they got like 2-1-1 split. So you called it out. They are definitely trying to like gatekeep Burn in Silence. And Burn in Silence kind of scattering like cockroaches, just trying to survive. Recognizing that Major Pride were getting the vantage point on them, and Major Pride, they've been turning up the gas here tonight. Definitely trying to be the champions, and does look like, wow, Burn in Silence just able to just get on out of harm's way just in time. Just in time, and they all kind of went their separate directions. So now it's really up to them to try to group back up after that. But I really thought Major Pride were going to take a little more advantage of the situation they found themselves in, but it comes down to just timing, and EIS had perfect timing. But now let's see what they could do up against Control.
If anything, doesn't look like they really want this fight right now, which I don't blame them for. They're trying to get at least some high ground. But you know what? To be honest, Burn Silence don't need this fight right this second. They need to just get out of dodge. They need a safe space to control from. They're probably not too confident in this sort of playing. You know, this sort of fighting is right in the middle, quick adaptability, all that. They need to control the ground they're on. They need that set up, that foundation first, which I can respect. So hopefully they find it. They have found some sort of ground to work from. They're a little bit surrounded here, but a nice bit of high ground.
Look at that skin. It is crazy. The stars are actually moving on that skin, but Ojito! There's one. Can't we get? Oh, wow. That's a sneak attack if I've seen one. Black Mamba
For sure.
sending it through both entry points right there. Wow. Ooh.
That
Love
was,
to see it.
that was
Yeah,
something
I got
else.
surprised. I was like, oh, hello.
Same.
Didn't hear that coming.
Knock, knock.
Oh, yeah. But that's how you get it
But
done,
Mojito-
right? That's how you get it done. You don't want to all just pile through
Absolutely.
one doorway. You know, you got to hit them from multiple entry points right there. And
Absolutely.
beautiful to see from Black Mamba.
GG's. GG's, yeah. But Mojito held her own. A good job there. She held out as long as she could, but it is not going to be enough, unfortunately, for her. 1 point going their way for the 4th game of the evening. Not been a banner day for them so far. As we head on over to Golden Eagles, 2 points on the board, but they did lose Kawhi very early on in hospital. But for now, they're going to continue on their way. Where are they in the zone, actually? Let me see here. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they?
North of Ferry
Oh,
Pier.
they're down by... Yeah. Yep. That's north of Quarry?
North of Quarry.
Yeah.
North.
North, the yellow, north of Quarry.
And then make a left at the sign, and then you should see them. Just above the ridge. But if you see the old man, you went too far.
I agree.
Went too far.
But
Everybody
Hey,
pretty safe
what?
here for the time being. Pretty quiet, Nepturo. I'm actually,
very quiet.
yeah, very quiet.
That's very quiet. Come on,
Very
girls.
quiet. I feel
Give
like
us some action.
I feel like if you are, and this just might be my opinion because I like mayhem, but if you are one of these like lower teams on the overall leaderboard, you kind of don't want to find an early game compound that's safe and camp it out to a late game. I know placement points are important, but we are definitely seeing on the overall leaderboard like how impactful these elimination points are as well, right? And even for like a team like Major Pride, like we need to get 20 points to at least catch up to our first and second place teams, right? So I feel like you got to kind of go a little above and beyond just getting that winner chicken dinner that nets you 10 points. You got to kind of be proactive here, especially on these slow games, to get involved, get into fights, and
Wow.
get these elimination points here in Neptura.
No, you're right. I mean, some of these teams for sure could start doing that. I mean, I'm kind of looking at Quit, for instance. It's not been a good enough day where they have really a large chance of getting to that top 5 unless they start making some big waves in those eliminations. So, yeah, definitely one example of a few teams here that could start doing what you're suggesting. But I'm a little bit distracted by this zone, Dave. What the heck is this hard shift? These
The
poor
zone,
teams, they can't catch a break.
listen, Dave Neptura, you wanted action? All right, I got you.
We
action.
gonna give you action.
So many teams in the South. It is a bowl of pasta al dente down there, just all mixed and matched with the colors. It's like Golden
And you
Eagles.
gotta feel for Burn in Silence. Because look what's in zone. Look what Major Pride
Yeah,
have
yeah.
as a position.
Yeah,
That's rough. That's rough, man.
we're sending it back. Hey,
But honestly,
Major
Burn
Pride.
in Silence have a better position now. Like, this field is far better. This little dip right here is OP. Is it outside of zone? Yes, a little bit, but it's better than Ruins.
They have extreme rage right behind them though on their heels. So looks like extreme rage actually picked up that little compound on the road, just north or just south of this field position here. So burning silence all over here with their rotates. They dropped Severny too. So they dropped Severny.
Yeah. Been having a
Wide,
lot of mileage.
A lot of mileage. Trying to see who has the least amount of mileage. Guess Cruelty girls. They drop South Georgia pool. Now they're gonna be in Gatka. A lot of mileage coming out here.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, they haven't had much of a
Mileage.
rotation at all, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been very quiet for them.
I guess Control too. Remember they dropped Pochiki, so they didn't really have to go too far. We'll see what those two squads can do as they pick their spots and they're holding it down.
Not a bad position from Cruelty, actually. They do have Gatka to themselves for the most part. They have a few teams around them looking at them, but they're looking right back, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. Oh, it's not. Is it Gatka? Yeah, it is Gatka.
Yeah.
Yeah. So looking good.
Yeah. I want to see a hard shift to Mount Everest. Just boom, send it straight there. Let's just finish on Mount Everest. I don't think I might have seen that one time. Just on its own.
I mean, that's being a bit toxic, but you know what? Toxic's kind of my middle names.
I thought your middle name. What?
That.
I thought you told us your middle name earlier.
I have two middle names.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm fancy like that.
Fancy. Yeah.
Fancy's actually my third middle name.
Fancy's your last name.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
We're just learning so much right now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
What? I think. Oh, hang on. Sunflowers.
Sunflower. See, this is kind of what I'm talking about here. Like sunflowers, a lot of hype. Third seeded team. See what I did right there? Coming into tonight. Two really rough games, or I would even maybe say three. I want to see them kind of crank up that aggression just a little more, just be a little more proactive here and try to get some good fights in the pocket to kind of get that momentum flowing here once again. Yeah, I'd like to see that. They do have an interesting split. They got a 3-1 split going on right now. So it looks like, oh no, as soon as I say that, I was thinking they were setting up for, a double entry point sort of deal, but no, they're going to full send to this compound instead, get that res. Not the worst idea, actually, to split either side, but Marley just gets taken out from all sides there. They're going to have a hard time getting into it. What? Wait. Hold up.
Why are we full sending?
No. Overshot it?
Oh! Saw that coming from a mile away. Oh my goodness.
No. Oh no.
Whoa!
Genesis.
The double car knock?
Genesis just straight up crashing here. They have no care in the world. The Sunflowers, they're trying to provide some support for their squad mate who got knocked out there. They thought they were safe, but Genesis said, we are just straight up sending it full pedal to the metal. And, well, it is just going their way. 2 eliminations so far for them. And I believe the Sunflowers down to just a duo now here in Natura.
Yeah. Unfortunate. I gotta have to point out as well that both of those players for Sunflowers got taken out by getting run over. So that's just insult to injury, to be honest. So bit rough for them. Sunflowers at this point, they've only got 2 games after this. Yes, they still have a duo, but the way they've been playing, it's not gonna be enough.
We'll have to see what happens with the Sunflowers, as now we're going to be checking in with the Cruelty girls, who we saw them hot drop last game. They're going to be tossing some grenades over here towards the Angels. And look at this, Sushi on the rooftop right now in the smokes. The Cruelty girls trying to provide Sushi with some support. Oh, Sushi getting shot midair.
She doesn't know.
has one of the
Going into
Angels
the
in their
same house.
compound. I'm
Mhm.
actually amazed of the parkour right now coming out from Sushi, still surviving, while the Angels just trying to really pinpoint exactly where these opponents are from the Cruelty girls.
You know what's interesting though is Cruelty have kind of allowed the Angels to take over two of the most crucial buildings in Gatka right now. So that's definitely put them on the back foot a little bit here. And really, the only thing that's going to stop Angel's advancement is going to be those nades. So if Cruelty want any shot at getting their compound back, it's going to have to be with those nades.
Next circle goes up too, and I believe these two buildings are right there on the smidge. And it does look like Cruelty are going to be opting to try to flush out the Angels after that grenade knock before everybody else starts piling and rotating past this point of interest. So let's see. Rin up here looking down in the stairwell with the shotgun, but the Cruelty girls, they are a knocking, and they are trying to take out the Angels here. Like you mentioned, take their position from them once again.
Unfortunate. Yeah, it's not over yet, but I think the Angels all of a sudden started playing very, very separate. Were not able to stick together as a team as they had pushed. They stayed solo and they were able to take advantage of.
No! Oh,
that's
whoa.
not your teammate. Oh, interesting.
Still alive.
Didn't expect they were right there, but okay.
501 out here with the UMP. Level 3 gear, level 3 helmet, that is pretty banged up. More flashes coming out. Can't see a thing. Angel's just trying to survive a little longer as the Cruelty girls trying to flush them out here. 501. With the UMP.
The wrong angles. Ooh,
Almost.
there you go. AK.
Almost.
1v1 now.
1v1.
They've done well to get it this far. Oh, they're going for the reset. This could
Now's
be
the
her
time.
moment.
Now's
Here
the
we
time.
go.
Didn't get it.
She knows. She knows.
The spider senses
against
are
the
tingling
DBS.
out here.
No nades in the util. To be unable to just
Going for the
thread
revive.
that window. Oh, he's going for the no.
Oh no, the
he's-
bait revive.
The bait revive.
Bait
Okay.
revive. Bunch
Gets
of
her
ring around
down
the
low,
rosy.
though.
Yeah, going for the heal. I'm surprised no team has rotated past
Practice?
this area yet, and that this fight is actually like dragging out pretty long.
Oh, but I just look at the mini map. All of a sudden, they got into zone, and then all turned towards that
Oh,
south
did I just
side,
jinx it?
so-
Like, oh yeah, nobody's
Yeah.
over here. Like 4 teams.
Yep. They all descended at once.
About to get back to that 1v1 over here is now Phoenix
Oh.
Esports find the boulder. It's gonna be Control pulling on up. They did lose 2 of their squad mates. Oh, popping out of the
Whoa.
Bentley right there. Yayita still carrying the torch. Will be taking out the Phoenix squad.
Geez, but I tell you what, Dave, look
Tell me.
who's our only squad still as a full squad. All 4 players up. It's Genesis. They're here to stay, at least for now. They're looking to take over Control's position after... no, Angels are still here as a solo,
Angel's
so
still
this
alive.
is Genesis' third parting. Yeah. So
Still
be very
alive.
good for Angels.
Cruelty girls, they're just forced to fight everybody over here, honestly.
Yeah.
Still with the DBS, still putting in work in the corner, but Genesis Esports feeling good after their last win. Oh, there's somebody jumping right there. They'll be finally taking out the Cruelty girls. They had a pretty good running here this game. 4 eliminations going their way. Oh, teamwork makes the
fought.
dream work. And the solo from the Angels popping in a vehicle here, Nepturo.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, it could work. We've seen lots of plays from players before where they're in the passenger seat, right, and no one sees them. I've even seen that with a turned over car because no one's looking at an upside down
Oh,
vehicle
yeah.
for any player still
Yeah.
inside.
Nothing
I've seen
is
that
here.
before. So
Nothing to see here.
yeah, no one's here. It's all good.
Oh, that
Ooh,
Bentley's
an
stuck on that
interesting-
rock.
This is why you don't smoke your position if no one's looking at you. Angels, why? They know exactly where you are now.
Nothing to see here, Nepturo. We talked about
Yeah,
this.
definitely. Oh, the bounce back though? Okay.
Genesis is gonna take themselves out.
Yeah, there you go. Tisk tisk.
Angels Esports. Still your #1 fan. Don't worry about it. You got this.
Heart attack central over here. Oh my goodness. Nicole tries to get that fear factor in there, but gets taken out instead. Team Control.
I think it was Genesis.
Have oh, was it Genesis? Oh, okay
Genesis,
then.
yeah.
Jeez.
Taken out.
As they go out.
Some long tosses right there. Team Control versus Extreme Esports, our first and second place team right now on the overall leaderboards, trying to flush each other out in the late game. 5 teams to go, Neptera, and look who's getting involved over there. The Golden Eagles. The Golden Eagles with 3 up, trying to get a piece of the pie themselves here.
Nice little play they're making, actually, Dave. They got a 2-1 split going on. 2 for zone, 1 for elims. They're trying to get those points where they can. I like that play from them. I mean, it's top 5, so they can make those kinds of plays. And that is going to be Extreme Esports eliminated in the end. But 6 eliminations is still a really great result from them for this 4th game. So nothing to sniff at for sure. Looking very good for themselves as Golden Eagles now regroup and focus on that zone.
Absolute laser right there too, by the way. Golden Eagles, they're going to have the slight high ground. But Quit Esports, not quitting yet. Trying to take the Golden Eagles position.
No way.
Almost did it. Now it's time for Team Control. What can you do? You saw your opponents up there on the hilltops. They had the advantage. They got 2 knocks on their side. Did see one of the squad mates from Control try to push up ever so slightly. Golden Eagles just trying to regroup here, Neptura.
Nice nade, really nice nade. Now, yeah, the Golden Eagles. Interesting play there. They prioritize zone because the zone was moving in, but they still are able to crawl down. No one's looking at them, which is some stroke of luck there, and they're gonna be able to get this full revive going. So GG's them. I mean, we're looking at a 3v2 at the moment.
Oh,
and
man.
the zone hasn't really gone either of their ways. That nade's so good. Just bounces a little further, but the nades are on point with these girls.
Yeah, they good grenades here. Great grenades here. Stage 8, so next circle. Gonna be tightening up here very shortly. You called it. The reset over here from the Golden Eagles is gonna be massive, especially if they get this winner chicken dinner here. 3v2 situation. Team Control know exactly where they are, though. Nice little boulder here for Yayita. Hard cover. All these players. Oh, I'm pushing up this over here.
If anything's going to get you the win, it's going to be the ghost skin on that car. I have that skin. It's my favorite. It's so good.
Like we're gonna be popping in the car, trying to close the gap, trying to wrap behind you. Yayita, this is gonna be the perfect distraction to at least allow the other 2 squad mates to push on up and close the gap. But it looks like Team Control still alive in a 2v1 situation. Hey, no HP.
No. GG.
And Team Control, winner, chicken dinner here. 9 eliminations with Golden Eagles 5. Eliminations for that 2nd place finish here in Neptura.
What a game. What a turnaround from Team Control. There's no way they should have been able to win that. And they just took a slight misstep from Golden Eagles and ran with it. My goodness me. I mean, that was almost a 1v2 there, or 1v3. So, yeah, really, really good work from them for sure.
Yeah, and it's scary because Miramar's next, and they won the last Miramar that was played. So Control gets richer. They were in 2nd place, right? We've been talking about Control versus Extreme Esports, who's been going back and forth from first and second. Control should overtake it. Extreme finishes just a little bit further down. They did decently well in 5th place with 6 eliminations, but Control doing it. Muffins, they can't catch a break. The Muffins violence is, we hyped up Muffins at the beginning. Maybe we overhyped them a little bit, especially with the coffee custard muffin located next to you, Dave. But it started off, man, in this weird hospital battle. Hospital typically is a place of saving grace. This time it was a place of death. Golden Eagles taken down 9 a.m.
Honestly, though, that replay reflections wasn't her fault. Her teammate ran into the grenade, and the grenade bounced off of her head and then ricocheted back into the room. So, not your fault.
Yeah.
I'm not taking the blame for that one. But once again, the Sunflowers Esports squad just having a tough go of things here tonight with their rotations. And to make matters worse, Genesis Esports just straight up sending all of their vehicles to just run you over right there. Very difficult night for them here so far, but Nepturo, quite the fight between the Angels right there, trying to hold it down for as long as possible. That was something else.
It really was. You had a lot of back and forth going on, a lot of dodging and weaving, a lot of parkour, and they really fought so hard for those positions. So I think both these teams did a super good job and did their best, and the best worked out pretty well. They each got quite a few eliminations, quite a few points off the back of that. So keep it there.
We'll say, though, I was super pumped up for Genesis, who made a very deep run. I'm thinking to myself, okay, Genesis is making a godly return after, a lackluster map 1-2. They go into Sanhok, they get first place, 8 eliminations. Now all of a sudden, Dave, they're looking incredible at 7 elims.
Yeah.
And then they get shut down. But I mean, still though, night and day from their map 1 and 2.
Yeah, definitely like a dark horse team without a doubt.
Sure.
Especially after their winner chicken dinner. Like we saw them game 1, game 2. If you had to ask me, Genesis Esports, they had 1 elimination game 1. 5 game 2, a lot better, but I would have never picked them to be like that top 3 team, right? So that winner chicken dinner, definitely putting them in the running now, in my opinion, especially after this last game with 7 eliminations reflections.
Yeah, 7 eliminations is solid. It's impressive because Neptura Genesis during the qualifiers were in 15th place. 16 was the cutoff. So that's a team that nearly gets cut off and doesn't even make it to finals, and now they're in the running facing off against Golden Eagles for that 3rd place positioning. And I say that because Control and Extreme Esports are just doing so incredibly well, but Neptura 19 points for Team Control. We look at our overall in just a second, and it really comes to show like that 19-point game should set them up in the last 2 games to potentially take first.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're starting to pull away a little bit now. The top 2 definitely are 64-34. 30 points in 2 games is not impossible, but the way the rest of the teams have been playing, it's looking pretty improbable. Team Control and Extreme Esports have been kind of hogging up a lot of the points in the last few games, and it's not really leaving a lot to be left to the rest of the squads here. So it's definitely looking like we have our top 2. Not in the bag just yet. It's not solidified, but it's looking more and more that way.
It is. It was 20 points, Dave, from 2nd to 3rd place, and now it's 24 points. So as Neptura said, it's not impossible, but it's definitely improbable. Genesis, Golden Eagles, Extreme Rage, Major Pride, like pretty much fighting for 3rd place at this point, unless there's just a heroic, hellacious game number 5 that's about to be played.
Yeah, and shout out to like these teams that are recognizing that we're almost done now, right, with the 1-day tournament. And if you are one of these squads on this this bottom page, like you gotta do something. And I'll bring this up because I feel like the Cruelty girls are one of the squads that are really trying to be proactive, get involved, get these eliminations, compared to just like, I know we talked a lot that last game, right? But a lot of teams that desperately need points are kind of just kicking back and seeing where the zone takes them. And that's not what I want to see with 2 more games to go. I want to see these bottom teams be a lot more proactive and get into a lot more engagements here, reflections in Neptura.
Well, even Neptune, like Black Mamba is a good example. I felt like they were incredibly active. Cruelty was active for sure. Like
Mhm.
they're taking matters into their own hands. They're trying. At this point, they understand like they're going for gold. If they don't get that, then well, they're gonna be happy with their performance regardless. So they're shooting for the stars at this point. But Black Mamba 12th place. But I mean 8 eliminations. At a certain point, Neptune, I'm
Yeah.
thinking Black Mamba was about to pull a Genesis and just all of a sudden come out of nowhere and have a heck of a game.
Yeah, they were very, very aggressive, and from what I remember, they didn't really have zone all that much. So it was a lot of push and aggression and squad wipe and then push and all of that. So yeah, it was really, really nice show of confidence from them this late into the evening, and hopefully we can see that in the next game.
Hopefully, 2 more games to go. It's not a lot, right? 4 have been played. A 24-point lead from second place to third. But I'll tell you what, third through fifth place, because top 5 get paid. Third through fifth place at this moment is very close. That's up for grabs. But first and second now still have their own race, but Control, they've got a great lead, and they're looking to take home $2,000. But 2 games to decide it all. Who will take it? We'll find out. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map number 5, we're hopping back into Miramar after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ladies Titan Series Season 2 Finals. We've seen 4 maps played out, and we've already seen a big distinction between first and second, but third through fifth, it's a big race, and it's starting to heat up. So we head into our last 2 maps, about to be map number 5, which is Miramar, the home of control. The rich get richer. They're already in first. Will they continue to stay there? That's the question. Really, it's up to XTREME Esports to decide if they want to dethrone them and take over first once again, which they've been going back and forth throughout the 4 maps we've seen today. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined, of course, by Mustache Dave, as well as Neptura. 2 more maps to go. Miramar, as I said, the home of control, which is definitely not a good prospect, Dave. When you think about everybody else trying to catch up to them, I don't know. These ladies on control have surprised us today. We talked about their eliminations. They had 73 throughout the qualifiers, but where they lacked was their placings. But they don't lack there today. They have 2 winner chicken dinners, and, well, with the elims, they're now in first.
Definitely agree. Mustache Reflections and Mustache Neptura Alexander, you both are just spot on with your analysis and just everything you got going. By the way, something looks different about both of you. You both look like just 100% right now.
Where'd this come
Never
from?
noticed.
This guy. There he is. Hey. Hold up. Is that my mustache?
Is that his mustache?
What's going on? Is that how slow last game was, that someone's cropping out my mustache? Ladies,
smells like lavender, Dave.
Is that
lavender I smell on your mustache?
Yeah.
Hey, I keep carrying. Okay, but
you got coffee. I think it's that coffee muffin.
Where's my? I don't have my.
Oh, he's got it ready.
Oh, the AI is real. The AI here tonight is real. So, back to the conversation. Miramar. 2 more games to go. Both of you just got the mustache buff. I gotta ask.
I'm feeling good.
Gotta ask you. A team that's not Reflections. This one's for you. Not the first place team, all right? But like a team that is like in that mid pack team. Who do you see from that mid pack could realistically make it to 5th place? And Neptura, I'm coming to you next, by the way.
Okay. By the way, I love how you took exactly where I was going. Other than first place, because you know me, I go with the spicy takes.
Yeah, you go with first place.
I go with I'm like, oh, control. That's no, in mid pack outside of top 5.
Yeah.
Because right now, honestly, my answer would be Golden Eagles, but they're number 4. I think Golden Eagles is the team to like dethrone Genesis and take over 3rd place for sure.
Yeah, I like that.
But if we go down the list, I still like Cruelty. Even though Black Mamba had that standout game number 4. I think Cruelty has been highly consistent today. Where they've lacked really is just eliminations. They don't have the most eliminations, currently sitting at 11, which is tied with that of Extreme Rage with the lowest on the first page. But where they do excel is their placing and their positioning. They've got great consistency there. So if they could just, find a way to get more eliminations, which easier said than done, of course, I think they could definitely break into top 5, especially with Extreme Rage. Extreme Rage, in my opinion, hasn't been performing all that well. I think they kind of been cruising. That's why they currently sit in 5th place. So Cruelty would be my pick. Now, I'm going to send it to game number 5 and let Neptura give her answer as well. But chat, get loud. It's game number 5. 2 more games to go. This is one of them. Who will end up in the top 5? Who will end up in first place? Extreme or Control? A lot of questions to be answered, and they will be answered over the next 2 maps. Without further ado, Mustache Dave, Neptura, take it away.
Thank you very much. Here we go. The second to last game of the evening of the finals, Dave. We're looking for a lot of action coming in here, and now is the time for these teams to make up as many points as possible. And to follow up to your question, honestly, I agree with Taylor in that the Golden Eagles definitely the ones to watch here. They've been super consistent. Have they got a win? No, but they have gotten 2nd place and 3rd. And I think, they've been super consistent. They're continuing that top 5 trajectory, and I don't think they're going anywhere.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good pick right there. Totally agree. And well, it's really up to these other teams, to kind of get back into the conversation, right? With 2 more games to go, we're already starting to see teams lead the charge when it comes to like that 1st place, that 2nd place, but there's still money on the line, because guess what? Top 5, that is the prize money. That's where you want to find yourself. And talking about finding yourself the Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles gonna be up close and personal with Burn in Silence. Two of the teams to drop immediately out the plane, looking to get things done here on the second to last game of the evening of the ladies finals right now happening. Game 5 of 6, Ventura.
This is a little bit hairy for me. I'm nervous here. We've just gotten done hyping up the hyping up Golden Eagles here, and here they are in a hot drop. It could go either way. See how it goes though. Good split for them so far, and if they win this, whoever wins this has a good position in zone right now. So let's see how this works out for them.
Trying to look around here. I mean, we've seen both these teams be able to handle their own tonight. Golden Eagles a little better with the utility. Their grenade usage has been on point. Their Molotov usage, but Burn in Silence has been pretty spot on with their aim. So should be a really good fight here. We go either way, and I like how you said, like, whoever wins this fight, they kind of chill out just a little bit. But all things considered, of both these teams, they need points, Neptura. So hopefully, they get this fight, they heal up, they regroup, find some vehicles, and continue trucking on along here on this Miramar game, trying to maximize their points here. Oh, we got the flotation device. Someone didn't get the memo that we are in the desert, but I do appreciate it. You never know what can happen here in Neptura. Got to be prepared for everything.
She's waiting for that Oasis finish, you know, gonna jump in. So unfortunately, not tonight. It's not gonna be the case here this evening. We're not gonna have an Oasis finish, unfortunately. But there's still that coast involved. She could have a salty swim in an occasion.
Yeah, you are right.
I mean, both these teams have a pretty good position, right? I think Golden Eagles just take the win here in terms of their angles, just because BIS are a little bit more split up here. You got Golden Eagles in between their players, but both of them have a nice spread. No one's too together, no one's too far apart. So they kind of are on equal footing here.
Trying to look around. Do see Cat kind of on the off angle almost, but then again, like, if she gets knocked over there in Neptura, I'm a little concerned that the chances of getting thirsted are pretty high, right? Because your teammates, they're just locked in their own little individual battles with Burn in Silence. But I feel like we're a little too far too to really provide that off angle support. But it does look like one of the Golden Eagles, they were successful in the knock onto one of the players from Burn in Silence. Now is usually the time where you would see the team kind of make the collapse happen here. Other way around. Oh yeah. Oh, the Golden Eagles actually lost one right there. My bad. Getting ahead of myself. My bad.
But like you were talking about though, it's the regroup now. BIS have that momentum. They've gotten that knock, they've gotten that finish, and they know where the next player is, right? So here comes the regroup. They're all pushing in.
Plus Cat so far, right?
Yeah, she's having a hard time moving in. So yeah, it leaves the rest of the team very open here. Hate's got a lot of work to do.
Okay, there's one. Can we get two? They're gonna continue to pile up the stairwell, but the number is just too strong right there. Let's see what's happening. Blocking the shotgun slugs with the pan. The 500 IQ play.
Yeah, good job from them. They've got 2 limbs on the board at the moment. Got that res back up and running. And at the moment, it is going to be the Golden Eagles, I think, to just leave. They've gotten that regroup. Cat Veins is finally with the rest of her team, and they look like they're heading in the opposite direction. Not the worst play here. We've seen enough from them so far tonight to make me confident that they can still survive to a decent position as a duo. They should be able to still do some things as long as they can get away. And it's Kawaii and Cat together. This is a long-standing duo, so yeah, they should have a good game ahead of them still.
Yeah, still a lot more Miramar to be had without a doubt. And you know, with only 2 more games to go, Yeah, yeah. We'll have to see Neptura what that dynamic duo can accomplish here
Hmm.
tonight, because they're definitely going to still need to get some decent points on the board to have like that shot come game 6, right? For acquiring some additional money on the overall cash prize leaderboard out here. So Team Control, one of the teams that has been on fire here tonight. We're going to be catching them on their rotate. I believe that's going to be Genesis out there in Graveyard, or at least a duo of Genesis in the Graveyard. And it looks like they're going to be spotting the rotate from Team Control. Don't hear any shots ringing on out quite yet. But what's so funny is that not only does Team Control kind of have this game plan, but Extreme Esports as well. So both these teams really close to each other, and that's our number 1 and 2 team on the overall leaderboard. Trying to avoid the shots right now. Neptura on their rotates.
Yeah, they sure are. I'm not sure that Team Control really want the heat right now. I think it'd be a little bit better to just get that control, get that position, and I think that's what they're going to be going for here. So they're going to be moving past all the distractions going on, all those shots getting taken out towards them there. They're just going to keep on their focused path. Going to keep on going as they are, as we all start to center on up here a little bit. The zone is moving in now, so teams are going to start rotating more and more, but unfortunately for Control, they're not all going to be unscathed here. Extreme Esports, and of course it's to Extreme Esports, right? It's not to Genesis or anyone else. It's to the number 2 team as they take down another.
No.
Oh
Wow.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Oh dear. We're going to continue to see the leaderboards kind of yo-yo back and forth between these two teams here. Extreme Esports, I believe, satisfied with the 2 knocks, the 2 eliminations they were able to get, not going to opt to chase down Team Control. Just going to let them continue to rotate on their merry own way. Already hurting them though, right? I mean, sending them down 2 pegs, 2 of their squad mates out. So now Extreme Esports, well, they're going to be looking to hopefully secure the winner chicken dinner. But Quit Esports out here. Looks like at least one of their teammates, Inch, looking for an elimination onto one of the squad mates from Black Mamba.
Gets another. Nice. I mean, this fight has been a long time in the making, right? We saw them get an elimination over onto Black Mamba a long time ago. Now we're up to 3 here for them as the play zone takes them out one at a time. And Activa is just going to have to get out of here and do it somehow, right? Because actually, Quit have a 2-2 split either side here.
Love me Winchester, though. The classic Winchester. Love to see some knocks happen. But yeah, back to your point, Quit, they got the 4 up. They're kind of surrounding inactive right now. But they are committing a lot of resources and time to just one elimination point, as the next circle does center on up. And we actually have a couple teams still not in the circle. 9 a.m., Major Pride, the Sunflower Esports squad, and even Team Muffin right there on the edge. So a couple teams who are still trying to fight their way into the circle. Nice little visual right there of the map. But who are you looking at on that map right now that you're like, yeah, that is a great position. I can easily see this team finishing top 5 based on their position right here, right now alone?
You know, it's a bit of a tough one because I think it's very open on this side, and depending on how teams start grouping up and things like that, it could be quite difficult. But at the moment, I'm really favoring Angels. I think they have the strongest position at the moment. Another one to watch out for would definitely be, I believe it's Phoenix Esports, right on those El Hazahar mountains there. So either side there, right in the middle, good high ground, good angles onto everyone else, hard to push. I think both those teams have a really good shot.
Love it. Yeah, I love it. And the Angels specifically, like they need a good win in the pocket, because they were on page 1 all night long. After this last game, finally bumped down to page 2. So if you were ever a team that needs a win in the pocket, now is the time. So we'll see. We'll keep tabs on those two squads to see how far they can make it because of their early game position. As we're going to be looking at the Cruelty Girls, the team that we were talking about on the break, who have been showing a lot of improvement here tonight. And all of us in agreement that we can easily see this team fighting for that top 5, that 5th place position, especially if they continue to have another upward game here when we're looking at the overall leaderboards, Neptura.
Nice position coming in from the Cruelty Girls. It's a good little ridge to have. This area on the coastline, on the hill just next to the coastline, is actually a really good one to have. A lot of teams actually end up using it more than you'd think, and there's a lot of good ridges to control from. So could be a really good spot for any of those teams looking to have maybe a little bit of a outside angle, not wanting too much heat right off the bat. It's only stage 2. Could be a really good area to control from there, as we see control just big chilling, like not making a sound here. They really just have to wait. If they've got a good position in zone, it's big enough where they just need to wait for a team to come to them.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens as we've honestly had some crazy circles tonight. This last circle, definitely the easiest one when it comes to just straight up centering on up from where it was. But all things considered, like, the circles have not been kind to any of these squads tonight. We had a lot of hard shifts, and usually happens around that mid game where the circle's like, okay, everybody, you're feeling good, you're feeling comfortable, you got a nice spot. Well, I'm gonna yoink and just pretty much throw a wrench into at least 50% of the team's strategies. Oh wow, hold on, was that just a drive-by right there? Yeah, it was. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They said psych.
Yeah. Oh no, they got the confirm too.
GG's.
Unlucky.
Unlucky for Sunflowers. They thought they had that one in the bag, and they really should have, but Burn and Silence just too quick with that response
In the
there.
bus too.
Goodness me. How do they
bus.
keep getting away with this?
There we go. There we go. One of the teammates
Finally.
from Extreme Rage will be getting a nice little explosion on the bus, and Tard now going to be pushing up over here, looking to close the gap, looking to flush out Burn and Silence, take them out, get some elimination points in the pocket. Yummy over there behind the boulder, bleeding on out. But we do still have one remaining member of BIS looking to spring the sneak attack over here in Neptura.
They have no idea. They're just gonna chill over here, go over to their teammates, regroup, loot up, and get on with it. As another one of the Sunflowers does get knocked there, gets run over.
By a
So that's
muffin.
another storyline to watch. Yeah, to buy a muffin, our two favorite foods, sunflowers and muffins, going head to head here. Not sure it's a great combo, but we'll see how it works out for them in the end, as Extreme Rage are still oblivious to that last player of Burn and Silence, and she's not really wanting to make them very aware of her presence at all here, right? I mean, we still have 16 teams alive. She's one of our only solos, one of 2. And so to go out just now with only 3 eliminations is not going to be good for your last game of the night coming up.
Yeah, totally agree. So just survive as long as possible and try to get some placement points and let everybody else fight it out. And oh, look what time it is. It is time for the circle to just...
Ooh, let's go.
Oh no! Hey,
oh,
we got
and
it.
we're
We got
good.
it. It is time. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh
has a
yeah,
heart.
it's time for the circle just to be like, hey, things are getting a little slow. Well, let's spice it up over here. As like you said, El Azahar is going to be forcing about 50% of the teams in the lobby to rethink what the game plan is here on the final Miramar map of the finals.
Okay, Dave, I need you to predict.
Predict.
In the next minute 38 seconds,
Minute
how many
30.
teams are we going to have left alive?
Left alive. I'm going to say 10.
As many as that? I'm thinking like 7, 8.
7.
There's way too many
Oh,
teams.
you
There's
you
way too
want the
many teams
mayhem.
coming
You
on the
want the
east, west, and
chaos.
south side.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
Neptune.
absolutely.
Okay,
Come
I
on,
see
let's get
you.
it going.
I see you. Muffins are big pissed after their first couple matches here tonight, getting bullied. They're putting a stop to it here, Neptura. The Muffins.
They're putting their foot down.
Yeah, they are putting their foot down. Just full on aggression here tonight. They already won elimination in the pocket for the Muffin squad.
Alrighty. Let's go. Yeah, they're holding off the Sunflowers a little bit so they can get into zone a little bit more. They're kind of yo-yoing between Sunflowers and the zone here, which I don't hate as long as they make a decision in the end here. And they have made that decision. It's going to be the zone, as it should be. And the Sunflowers are going to have to find their own way into zone here. Not going to be helped by anyone. So we'll see which road they take. They're going to take that south trajectory. All right, interesting. There's a lot of teams down there, but maybe they'll find an opening.
We shall see. A lot of teams feeling the same way, Neptura, looking for that slight opening, especially down here in the south. As the SOM players did get knocked out from their vehicle. You see the elimination feed going off with the Cruelty girls. That was a squad that we were all giving our flowers to during the break, saying that they have been just slowly but surely just improving game after game. Not slowing down yet. I believe they got a couple eliminations onto 9 a.m. But Genesis had a great winner chicken dinner on Sanhok, and honestly just haven't slowed down since that match, Neptura.
They really haven't. It's been so nice to see the Sanhok kind of storyline happens again here for Genesis this time. They've continued that momentum, and while it's not always ended in the best result for them, we haven't seen anything like a win again, a second win from them again. They have kept that consistency going to maintain that third place spot. And the way that the top two have been performing, it's kind of like, what more can you want from a team like Genesis, right? Maintaining that top three is a really good sign for them. So hopefully they can continue that trajectory. Coming
out of nowhere, trying to secure themselves at least $800 here tonight. One more game to go after this. If you are a Genesis fan, they still got 4 up, no eliminations so far, but a pretty decent position in the South right now with a lot of potential to possibly gatekeep a couple of these teams. And talking about teams getting gatekept, SOM, they were able to get the pickup on one of their felon teammates over here. Little 2-2 split. Next circle goes on up, and we're going up there towards the north once again.
Okay. All right.
What are you seeing? Rage. Yeah, what's sticking out to you right now, Neptune?
I'm seeing extreme rage.
Okay.
I'm seeing extreme rage. Up at the north there, they got nice control. They've got a good little split there. No one's looking at them just yet, which means most of these teams are going to be coming in together, so they're going to be occupied with each other. And if extreme rage play their cards right, they could just farm some points.
Farming some points here. Extreme rage. We've seen a couple good fights from them here tonight. Very impressed with It's Jess and that bush play on Sanhok was really nice. And all together, like Extreme Rage, we've seen them. We've been talking about their numbers, their stats. They are a squad that they know how to put some damage on the board. It's just a matter of getting the confirms after doing the damage. Is now Tard going to be pressing on over the hill, tossing a grenade. This is going to be the Angels right now. Going to be trying to take out Tard. I'm looking for the squad mates to support from Extreme Rage. I see one of their teammates down below with the M249, but does look like the Angels are going to be taking this hilltop for the time being. 18, couple grenades in the pocket, trying to flush out the Extreme Rage players here in Neptura. And there goes another one.
Oh, but Muffins! The Muffins backstab. Oh my goodness me, coming in hot for the Angels here, looking for a second knock and a second flush if they can get it. Oh my goodness, Extreme Rage might just have been saved by the bell, and the bell is called Muffins over there. Let's see how this one works out, because I was going to say the Angels
I
have done
liked it.
such a great job.
Oh, they're just popping off over there. Here comes the Muffins, going to be pulling on up. And to make matters worse, I also see Genesis out there in the distance, going to be zooming on right by this engagement. So I'm curious to see if they'll opt to crash this, as we saw their aggression last game with their vehicles. But the Muffins, we talked about the Muffins. They had enough. They are not going to be bullied by anyone any longer with 2 more games to go. Jasmine up here in the front lines with the grenades, tossing one, tossing another, buying themselves some time for their squad mates to pull up and provide them the support in the back line. And they're saying, do you know the Muffin Man? We're coming for it here, Neptura. They're taking out the Angels. There go the Muffins with 5
Well
eliminations.
5 elims, let's go. I mean, the Angels, unfortunately for them, had such a good push going until they got backstabbed completely there, so that's got to be frustrating for them, but the Muffins have done such a good job with that. Really nice push, really nice momentum. Now if they can just move out of that area as soon as they're done with Extreme Rage, I think that would be best, because you don't want to stay in one place for too long with all these teams rotating.
Can't afford it. You can't afford it. And talking about staying at one place for too long, Control just trying to survive. Still down to a duo. They lost their 2 squad mates very early on. They are just putting in some work over here with Phoenix. Gonna be forcing Phoenix to kind of push into them. Next circle does pop, but Phoenix, they do not want to get backstabbed. See what they can accomplish over here. The Cruelty Girls as well in the mix, Neptura.
Yeah. Aren't they just? Oh my goodness. And the zone is going to come in just another minute. So they got to finish this one up quick. This is the danger of these hills around El Hazahar, Dave. They're just so open. So you really have to be careful of your angles, because somebody from 300 meters out can actually see you very well. So something to really think about when you're navigating these hillsides, which Cruelty Girls seem to kind of have an idea of. They've got that buggy well away from the ridge line there, and they're just waiting for an opportunity to make their move.
Yeah, and that was a blessing for the duo from Control. They were able to use that slight window to reposition in the zone now. So we got Bree from Genesis trying to third party this engagement. Phoenix Esports now stuck in quite the pickle, as they're focusing on the Cruelty Girls on the high ground. They need to take them out before repositioning, so that way they don't get sprayed down in the backside on their approach. But here's the Muffins. They have not stopped yet, Neptura. They are still on the warpath over here. Now they got Extreme Esports on the hit list.
Let's go. This is the momentum we wanted to see from them. They're doing such a good job here so far. 5 elims. Yes, they have another one down. Never mind. I should really stop talking about teams. I just curse them. What's happening here? Oh dear.
What's happening here is they got 2 teams trying to flush them out. You got Extreme Esports and Extreme Rage bringing in all the extreme right now, flushing out the Muffins, Neptura.
I'm sorry, Muffins. I won't speak your name ever again. I'm so sorry. But hey, it's Jess, as per usual from Extreme Rage there. Jess has done such a good job for their team, for her team all night, and she continues to do it again. So good job from her. As we see the zone centers up in a really awkward position, though, Dave. It is looking very difficult for all of these teams as we see more and more of these numbers dwindle.
Huge come up for the solo Rose, though, from Major Pride, right smack in the middle. But Extreme Esports, 7 eliminations so far. 7 eliminations. Control still with the duo with 4, but Extreme looking to solidify themselves in the top of the overall leaderboards, the $2,000. Yes, we still have one more game to go, but if they can get this winner chicken dinner, woof, that'll definitely help them relieve some of that pressure come that last match. But Team Control, 2 more points right ahead of them. Cruelty Girls, and we get these 2 points to at least tie the eliminations right now with Extreme.
Tell you what, dude, this has been our quickest game to date. We got stage 6 and top 6 already. So the El Hazahar has been taking names and numbers, putting up little crosses all over the place.
Who you gonna
It's been
call?
rough for these teams.
El
Exactly.
Azhar.
Exactly. We got to get them on the case immediately. They're responsible after all. But yeah, Cruelty Girl's up to 2, or down to 2 rather. Got 2 eliminations. Never mind. Down to 1. GG's. Not quick enough on that spray, that's for sure. His team control the area. And that's why they have such a high score here so far. They just push in, they get that knock, and immediately that reaction coming in there from her teammate is so good.
Love
as we
it.
go down to just our top 4, Dave.
Great observation. Yeah, once when control, once when they get that knock, they don't even second guess it. They just full on send it, taking advantage of the situation. So Extreme Esports now on the high ground. They got their opponent's control right beneath them in the shack trying to survive, but right now they're trying to focus on taking out the other Extreme team, Extreme Rage, down there below. 4 teams to go. SOM still alive with the duo up there in the north, just like watching these grenades get chucked out there in the distance. Watching it unfold. I believe SOM's best game yet here tonight, Dura.
It is. It sure is. And it's looking like a really good best game, right? So, yeah, I mean, well, we got 2. So it's a 1v2, v2, v3, but 3 of those teams are busy looking at each other. So as long as they shush and stay quiet and stay still, they are looking at a top 2 here. So
You're looking at me?
Could be a really good one.
You looking at me, Neptura?
No,
You're looking at me.
I'm not. What?
That's what
no.
that's what SOM are saying. Hopefully no one's looking at them, as Extreme Esports now going to be using their vehicles to pile into the smoke, somewhat blocking their own sight lines, almost allowing these other teams, these solos, to push up just a little bit. But Control Lady trying to avoid the Molotov. I believe that went right over her head. But look at this, the wraparound. So Lady getting a lot of the attention from Extreme Esports now, allowing their squad mate with the alternate angle. But doesn't look like they get a knock out the mix here. As I say that, look at that.
Looking a little bit sandwiched. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Really nice.
Team
Good job
control.
there. That's done.
Team control.
Control.
Holy
what the
cow.
Heck?
They lost 2
Back
really
to
early on.
back?
Remember, they lost 2 early on.
Yeah.
And they somehow managed to clutch it out with not only the winner chicken dinner, and yeah, you said it, the back-to-back. They have 3 chicken dinners here tonight, by the way. But not only did they get the chicken, 11 eliminations as well. Like, what is going on, Reflections? How does the duo, how do they manage to win this game, man? What the...
Go back in time, you look at loops, right? You look at loops now. I believe Alpha 7, right? That's who they ended up going to, and then now they're champions, you know, Esports World Cup. Now you got Control. They're a duo. They still make it happen. They're taking a page from the playbook of one of the best teams out there, if not the best team currently. So Control, 11 elims is truly impressive. To go back-to-back, to win 3 today. Neptune, I'm getting Ruck vibes, right? From Season 1, who ended up winning 4 out of the 6. In fact, they can match that energy if they win Erangel coming up. Not only would they match that, but then to go back-to-back-to-back would also be the first time here in our Ladies Titan series. So, yeah, they're on fire. They can't be stopped. They were already in first. They're going to stay in first. But talk to me about Extreme Rage, Neptura, a team that was sitting at least in 5th place coming into this. Golden Eagles fall short. Genesis falls short. Major Pride falls short. Extreme Rage might have just taken over 3rd place.
They might have. Yeah, there's been a big shift in momentum for them coming into the last few games. We started to see a little bit of it in Miramar, right, where they weren't all that loud and noisy, but Jess came in clutch there at the very end of game 2. And from there, it's built little by little here. And hopefully, if that trajectory continues, we're going to see them really pop off in the last game. And like you said, that might be just what they need to get that third place.
I think so. Third place, significant difference, right? Going from third to fourth to fifth. It's more money, after all, in your pocket, Dave. And that's what Extreme Rage is going for. Second place, 5 points. You love to see that. Now, Extreme Esports, they've been in this otherworldly battle against Control all day. They get third place, 9 total points, which keeps them close relatively to Control to maybe have a great game number 6 to pass them over for first place. But Extreme Esports putting up a wonderful fight. Where did they fall short against the likes of Control or Extreme Rage in game number 5?
Yeah, they fell short. They were taking shots at Lady. They even threw some grenades at Lady, but then almost forgot about Lady at the end right there, I feel like, because Mary was kind of drawing a lot of their attention as we saw them right there push downhill. And then we saw, great highlight right there, Lady just popped up right where she was the whole time and knocked out 2 of them to get 7 eliminations in total that game. So I think Extreme Esports kind of just losing track of that player that was over there for a good amount of time that they were throwing grenades at a little earlier on, but it was a really chaotic end zone. So definitely understand. But what a game. Extreme Rage, just climbing up these leaderboards here. Reflections.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. That's a great game. By the way, Control Lady, Dave, I believe unofficially, 20 eliminations for the day by herself.
That's
20
crazy.
eliminations. It is. She's been insane, and she was a talking point at the very beginning of the day. Team Control lead 85 to that of second place of Extreme Esports at 72, which puts them, Neptura, in a wonderful position going into the final game to lock in first place. If they do anything subpar, they're going to lock it in over Extreme Esports. Now, if they fall early, that opens up a door for Extreme Esports. But really, first and second at this point, Neptura seems to be on lock for Control or Extreme. Let's talk about third all the way down. The race is pretty tight, right? From Genesis to Extreme to Golden Eagles, Neptura, there's only 3 points that separate them.
It really is. I think that really shows you who's dominating and that the rest are just doing really well, but that there are 2 definitely on top who are just far exceeding expectations here. But yeah, 7 points between third and sixth place is nothing. And when you go down to the final game, that's so much pressure on these teams. I can't imagine, Genesis have had good momentum. Extreme Rage definitely have that momentum. Major Pride have just been trying to be consistent. They need a little bit extra. I'm really worried about Golden Eagles, though, because yes, they're in 5th. Yes, they're there, but that last game was not good, and this is the final game.
Well, the good news is Golden Eagles through Erangel have done decently well. They got third place in map number 1 Erangel. Map number 4 Erangel, they got second place. So they have showed consistency. If they could just remain consistent one more time, they can hold on to 5th place, or who knows, maybe even jump up to 3rd. But it's a tight race, and it's only going to get even tighter as we go along to map number 6. I mean, after all, we talk about 7 points separating 3rd place to 7th. Things are getting pretty intense. Chat, continue to get loud for who you're supporting out there. I know there's been a lot of love for Control. I think some other teams could use a little bit of love at this point, right? Because there's a different race going on from 3rd down to 5th. At this point, 1st and 2nd, they pretty much got it on lock. Extreme Esports, they're going to need one heck of a game and might even need to challenge Control off the rip if they want to try and overtake 1st place. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, the 6th and final map coming your way. We're going back into Erangel. Welcome back, everyone, to the Ladies Titan Series Season 2 Finals. 5 maps down, 1 more to go before we find out who our champion will be. Right now, Control leads the way, of course, followed by Extreme Esports. From there, it goes Genesis, Extreme Rage, Golden Eagles, and, well, let's throw Major Pride Cruelty Girls in there as well. So 1 more map. Who's it going to be? We hop back into the bread and butter, which is Erangel, to decide it all. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. We bring in our casters once again to call the action for the final game of the night, Mustache Dave and Neptura. This is where things start to get serious, Dave. Money is on the line. Let's talk about the money on the line, Dave, because we've got $5,000 up for grabs.
Yeah, the prize pool, I believe, bumped up $3,000 from season number 1. So shout out to PUBG Mobile for that. And, well, Reflections, Neptura, if you would have told me at the beginning of the day, Major Pride was not in the money here come tonight, I would have said, you are lying. All right, you are lying. But Major Pride only 4 points behind the 5th place Golden Eagles. The thing is, the Golden Eagles, they've been hitting those grenades here tonight. Extreme Rage, they've been winning some really solid team fights. And Genesis, with their crash pull-ups, have been something else to watch here tonight. So Major Pride, 4 points behind that money that you were just talking about, Reflections. Can they get it done? All right.
The question, isn't it? Neptura, that was kind of directed at you too, right? Because it's like you've been watching a lot of VOD. You've been looking at these ladies all night long. Major Pride comes in as the dominant winners of the qualifier. I say dominant. Extreme Esports is just behind them by 7 points, all right? So Extreme Esports, it makes sense why they're in second place. Control is crazy how well they've been pulling up. Major Pride going into the final map, Neptura. Where they've been lacking? What needs to be cleaned up? What needs to happen to these ladies to put them in the top 5?
I think they've been too passive, Taylor, to be honest. They've had these really good rotations coming through. They've had good fights coming through, but we're not seeing much of them at all. They're not been on stream much at all. We haven't seen much of them, and they just end up getting taken out 6th or 7th place, which they really need to be in that top 3. So looking into this final game, for me, the way they need to improve and make sure they get a really good result and get that top 5 is to get as many points as possible and be more aggressive with their positioning.
More aggressive with the positioning, and that falls in line with what Dave was saying a little bit earlier. They're just not taking action, and they have to do that. Teams need to take this moment, right, and make it theirs. Who will it be? Well, I know Control. They've been making all night their moment at this point. And speaking of which, who will win the 6th and final map of the night? And this is where I think things are going to get a little interesting, not only for us as viewers, but also for our production team in the back who have to tally the scores. I'm going Extreme Esports to finish off the night with a W and put Control on the back foot. Make them sweat a little bit. Extreme Esports, they're my pick. Dave, what about you?
Yeah, I think Team Control probably will win the $2,000, but when it comes to winning this last game, Cruelty Girls, all right? Cruelty Girls, let's get the win. Let's get in the top 5. Let's get the money. So they're going to overtake Major Pride and the Golden Eagles, all right? That's my pick.
Cruelty, huh? Well, the best they've done today is second and second in games 1 and game 2. So first place, hey, coming at you for game 6. Now, Neptura, come on. You're smarter than the both of us. Who's winning game number 6?
Listen, I think I got to go with Major Pride. I think, you know, they've got enough impetus now to do really, really well. They're going to want that win, and I think they got it.
I believe you said impetus, and I don't know what that means. So, Neptura, I'm on your side all the way. Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen, for the Ladies Titan Series Season 2 Finals. It comes down to this, the final map. Right now, from 1 to 5 is Control, Extreme Esports, Genesis, Extreme Rage, and Golden Eagles. But make no mistake, the bubble teams of Major Pride, Cruelty, and Black Mamba are looking to make themselves known and breaking a top 5 to earn their bulk of the $5,000. Now for Team Control, they're going for a lot more than just first. They're also looking to match Rock Esports from Season 1 Finals, where they won 4 out of the 6 games. Can Control match that energy, win 4 out of the 6, and also back to back to back, making it 3 in a row? Well, a lot on the line when we hop back into Erangel, where we started the day and where we will finish the Ladies Titan Series Season 2 Finals. Without further ado, I'm hopping out and the casters are taking over. Dave, Neptura, it's your show.
Thank you very much, Taylor. You're so right. It's the last game of the evening, last game of the Ladies Finals. This is their last chance to change the name of the game for themselves, get into that top 5 or better their top 5 position here as we look towards all these teams looking for that final chance. They're going to be dropping on in as we speak. And Dave,
Yeah.
I mean, I know we have our predictions. I know we have them, but are we going to predict hot drops? Is anybody going to go for that Hail Mary play?
Yeah. We're gonna go with it. We're gonna get maybe 2 hot drops. Let's see. Fingers crossed here. You know, last game of the evening. It's always a clown fiesta. You know, some of these players are just looking to have a great last game to, like you said, throw the Hail Mary, maybe get a squad wipe, maybe get a winner wear chicken dinner and help them on the overall leaderboard. So I'm looking around. I might be somewhat right. I do see our squad, Phoenix Esports and the Sunflowers Esports down there in Fairy Pier. I also see the Golden Eagles and DIS in Lapoca. So, and I also see Rage and 9 a.m. in Milta. So Neptura.
Oh, yeah.
Neptura, we got some early game action here for game number 6.
Let's go, because you've also got our normal hot drop over in Yasnaya, and some teams close to each other elsewhere. I can't see where they are. Oh yeah, over by the right of school and apartments and everywhere like that. So lots of action heating up for us. They're cooking. Muffins are baking. Let's see what they got for us. Oof. Because last time didn't go so well. We'll see if they've got a little bit better now. Because, of course, it's the last game, right? They want to hurry things up. There's a little bit of that urgency being felt here. See me definitely not messing about here. Yeah, there you go. Black Mamba have to do something about this. Remember, they are in the leading, or in the running rather, for that top 5. So losing a player here without any response would be detrimental.
When in doubt, bake it out, my grandmother used to say. And well, Team Muffins trying to get some elimination points in the pocket. Like you said, Black Mamba, 8th place overall. They cannot afford to get taken out early here, or else they're dreams for $400 will be eliminated. And well, one of their squad mates are just in the crosshairs right now, behind the tree, can't move a muscle. You see some smokes getting tossed out there from Juicy, but we got a big fight. Is that Major Pride and the Cruelty Girls? That's the 6th and 7th place team on the overall leaderboards. Are they actually fight? They are. That's going to be just a little bit west of this engagement with Black Mamba and the Muffins of yes, Naya. Looks like Major Pride are hunting down, or at least Roses hunting down the Cruelty Girls. They said, Dave, you said Cruelty Girls are going to get the winner wearing chicken. You said Cruelty Girls are going to overtake us? They are on the hunt. 2 Cruelty Girls confirmed down here in Neptura.
Wow. Very decisively as well. There was no messing about with that one, as we see the Sunflowers going head to head here with Phoenix in this hot drop, and we're starting to see those plays come through here. Sunflowers just getting beat up left, right, and center. Unfortunately, no points to show for it. It's just Marley. We'll get 1 point, though, as soon as I say that. So GG's. Phoenix down to 3 at this point in time as we move over to the south side down here, Extreme Rage, a team we were just talking about,
Yeah.
going up against 9 a.m.
Yeah, big fight for Extreme Rage when it comes to not getting eliminated because they are in 4th place. So if they get eliminated right here, right now, that's going to open us up for the Golden Eagles and Major Pride to overtake them for the $600. So fortunate for them. They only lost one, so it is not over yet. But I do see them kind of scattered about over here on the beach. But it does look like 9 a.m. are going to be in their crosshairs. Fortunate for Extreme Rage. See what they could do here, Neptura. They need to stay alive and keep their dreams going. At least secure themselves the 4th place. They were only 1 point behind Genesis, by the way. So that's a $200 difference.
Yeah, just with a couple of points is kind of crazy. Muffins and Black Mamba still going at it over in Yasnaya, by the way, in the elimination feed. Going back and forth, back and forth. 9 a.m. Oh, what a shot coming in there from Rage. Just a little cheeky headshot takes them all out there. So Extreme Rage will be able to stay and continue their trajectory to solidify their top 5 position. So good for them. They haven't gone out just yet. The same cannot be said for Muffins, though. They're looking like they're on the brink here. Or not. I saw a lot of knocks, but no, they've gotten those reses back up. So back up to a very low health full squad here.
Yeah, you got to make sure you take out all the Muffins or else they just keep multiplying and coming back here. And it looks like all the Muffins are back in it here. Neptura up against the last player for Black Mamba. And they know exactly where she is. Tossing some grenades, some Molotovs through the windowsill. And here comes the angry Muffins and knocking.
They sure are. DBS in hand. Here we go. Oh, and she's missed the one. There you go. Gets the one.
Hello.
Yes, unable. Unable to get that extra point there,
Oh, no.
unfortunately.
Angry
and Muffins are had enough. Yeah,
Oh,
the
hey,
Muffins are
hey,
angry. They're going to
hey.
do a little dance.
That's how we do it. Yes, Naya, we got it.
There you go.
Thank you. Oh,
Take a bow. Take a
Take a
bow.
bow. Let's go, Muffins. Muffins, you know what?
No.
They got heart in Neptura. It doesn't matter where they finish on the overall leaderboard, and they know it. They know it. They're like, listen, we got heart, and we're gonna be back for season number 3 for the ladies finals here in the Titan series. So looking forward to seeing that squad continue their journey in their competitive PUBG Mobile esports journey. And I'm happy that we're here just to be able to watch. It's been a great night for a lot of these teams and a lot of these players to just showcase their skills and abilities.
It sure has. We've seen so much fun action coming in from all of these girls, so love to see it. I fully agree with you here. Finally, Cat Veins and Golden Eagles able to get some points there. Got the first knockover in Lipovka. I was questioning the kind of passive holdout in the blue zone.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's paying off in the end. So okay, cool. Quit gonna be moving on over across the bridge and into the mainland as they start their move over into the zone, because of course zone now is fully onto that western side, so all these teams gonna have to move in, Dave.
That is a fact, and it does look like they're going to be on the approach just a little south of Pochinki. Right behind them, I do believe I saw we got the Angels and Extreme Rage, so 2 different squads on the trail of Quit Esports. What is going on with that early fight? Remember, Golden Eagles and BIS. Remember, I was like, oh, where are the hot drops at? And you're like, yeah, is there going to be hot drops? Like, yeah, there's going to be like 2 hot drops. They're still going at it in Lipovka. It is wild. They are in the blue. Who is even winning this one here? Looks like one of the squad mates for BIS were actually thirsted. So technically the Golden Eagles are going to be up 1. But the Golden Eagles, they got to make sure not to get taken out here. They are in 5th place, only 2 points behind Extreme Rage. And those 2 points, $200, right? So there's a lot on the line when it comes to finishing strong here tonight in the final match of the evening, and it does look like the Golden Eagles are looking to close this one out right here and get the rest of the elimination points on to BIS. Can they get it done?
I'm wondering if they don't exactly know where the last two players are, because if they do, I'd like to see a lot more of an aggressive stance coming through here. I think everybody's playing a little bit too separate. So I'm wondering if they actually don't know where those final two are. They kind of have guesses, but that's about it. So we'll see how much longer they allow this to play out, because the zone is moving in 3,000 meters until the safe zone for
Wow.
them. So they are on the absolute opposite side of the zone right
Jeez.
now. Their meds are going to run out, so this is not good for either party here. I almost wish that Golden Eagles would just kind of stay out of this.
A lot of meters here. The Molotov, so they know at least where one of the BIS squad mates are. I don't think they know where Candy is yet. I did see Cat Veins, I believe, get a boat, so they might be looking for like a boat tape. But look at this, the blue zone. It is, oh no, the blue zone's chunking on away. The Golden Eagles, did we commit too much time and resources to this engagement? At least they got their squad mate with the heals, fortunate for them. But the Golden Eagles, I can't stress it enough. They came into this game 5th place overall. Only 2 points behind securing 4th place. And, well, 3 points behind securing 3rd place. So I would hate to see the Golden Eagles get eliminated here in the blue.
Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. They have one last game, and they're going to hold it out against BIS. I mean, it's not worth it for either team at this point in time. Yes, they're picking off BIS one at a time, but to what cost, right? You've lost one, your meds are dwindling, you're 3,100 meters outside of zone, and it's about to go stage 3. I mean, it's just not worth it, is it?
Some BIS BS here, Neptura. But we'll see. We'll see what happens, because look at this. Extreme Esports. 4 eliminations. They will be eliminating the Angels. Shout out to the Angels here. Great team. A lot of spunk. Thanks for showing up and putting on a good show. But Extreme Esports now, technically, can they overthrow team control? Yes, they can.
Yes.
Are they going to do that? Eliminations. How are they going to do that? Winner, winner, chicken dinner. So we'll keep tabs on that, because here comes this fight finally coming to a close here. Golden Eagles forced to take the engagement with one more BIS member alive here. Can we get it done?
Promise it's a 1v1, right? I don't hate that Kawhi is not pushing this. I wish she would wait to push this a little bit more, because that's exactly what's going to happen. Thank you. Oh my god, the cover from Cat Veins. Oh my lord, not... Ooh, that was nearly too late there, but there you go. So she's going to be able to get res, move on up there. So GG's in the end, and they will be able to hopefully get out of zone in time here. I mean...
Yeah, gonna be a challenge.
BIS, GG's, but yikes.
Thanks for showing up here tonight. BIS, burn in silence.
GG's.
Appreciate the games. Oh no, the elimination feed. Not like this. Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles. Hopefully you got some.
Don't have meds.
Yeah, hopefully they got something. Hopefully they got something, because they're all alive, but we can see their health bars right there. Super low across the board.
So low.
On the tracker.
Dang it.
They're not out yet.
We'll see. Hopefully they
they're
can.
not out yet.
Yeah. Hopefully they can find a compound that's got some meds in there, because I doubt that BIS had any in their crates, right? Because they were out there just as long as the Golden Eagle, so no meds to be found there.
Where are the meds?
But yeah, we're looking to safer areas of the zone, though. You got Quit out here on the fields. Nice position coming in from them. A 2-2 split. One on the scout position, one on the holding position. Pretty good, pretty nice there. So we'll see how that works out for them. Few teams around them, but or just one actually, just the one. Who is that? Phoenix. is going to be the one in the compound there. But generally, from that position, you're not going to have too much crossover between the two. So they should be safe for now.
Saw another Golden Eagles player get chunked out from the blue. Definitely something I'll keep you updated with here, Neptura, as this team
Thank you.
only 3 points behind third place. And I'm looking around. So who was ahead of them? Extreme Rage was the team ahead of them, and Genesis Esports were also ahead of them. Genesis still with 4 up.
She can't get in.
Genesis still with 4 up. Extreme Rage still with 3 up, and a couple of eliminations. So Golden Eagles, the 4 points, the squad wipe. Was it worth it? Only time will tell.
Oh, Genesis up against Major Pride in the elimination feed right there.
Big fight.
That could be dodgy. Yeah, big fight coming up there. Kawhi does go out to the blue zone there. So now Golden Eagles just as a duo here. They do have vehicles, so hopefully that means they'll get out of there quick. But yeah.
It's a big fight, especially because Golden Eagles are just on the struggle bus right now with the blue zone. So if Golden Eagles get taken out, and if Major Pride can somehow manage to win this engagement, well, they're going to be in the money, right? Because coming into this game at Major Pride, they were 4 points behind the Golden Eagles. So far, they got 2 points. And same could be said with Genesis. They do not want to get eliminated because they, well, they're in third place, right? Third place gets you $800. So definitely feel good to finish tonight in third place, top 3 in the stack lobby. Not only will feel good, but the money going your way as well. So Major Pride, they recognize the situation they're in. They know that they need to take some fights. They need to get some eliminations here to play catch up on the overall leaderboard.
To be honest though, Dave, I'm not sure that this is the fight you want to take. It's such a difficult compound to push. It's very awkward to utilize, and the team that's inside definitely has the advantage on this one. So I think Major Pride understand that, and they're going to be moving on. So good smart play coming in from them. They understand the issues here. Never mind. Where are you going back? Go away. Oh no.
They want the points, Neptura.
Really?
They want the points.
You can find points elsewhere. Okay. All right. Let's see how this works.
They didn't watch your video about this compound. They should have. Let's see.
They should have.
See what happens.
Although actually, Genesis making this easy for them. Look at how they've grouped up. Immediately regroup, but in a super nadable position, all in one little corner. Genesis, what are you doing?
Oh my goodness, utility is just coming out right now for Major Pride. Major Pride looking to get the squad wipe here to put them in the running for the money. Can they finish what they started on this push? Oh, there's another one right there.
Wow.
Genesis Esports eliminated right there. Genesis third place coming into this game, the last and final match of the evening, getting eliminated in 11th with 0 eliminations here. Neptura 0.
Wow. No points. None for them in the final game of the evening.
Tough.
That has got to sting for sure. Oh my lordy. That is rough. Major Pride played that super well, I will say. Oh wait,
the Golden Eagles camp. The Golden Eagles camp. The last one here, the solo from the Golden Eagles. Still in the blue.
Still there.
In the blue.
She's still holding on.
Big fight happening right here.
I think Genesis. Oh yeah.
Big fight. Team Control, our first place team, trying to defend their spot on the overall leaderboard up against Extreme Esports, and guess who's knocking at their door? It's gonna be Extreme. If Extreme want to overthrow Team Control, they need to take them out right here, right now, and get the winner chicken dinner. Beautiful grenade right there, taking down 2. Here comes the support from Team Control. Woo! Can they do it? Can the duo put a stop to the push right now from Extreme Esports? And it doesn't look like it's going to happen, Neptura. Team Control losing 3. on the Extreme Esports
Wow.
push.
That's rough. Extreme just handed it to him, didn't they? Just, I mean, that doesn't look like a push. That looks like a defense from Extreme. The way they just took over like that is insane. Brilliantly played there. Control had zero control in that situation. Very nicely played from Extreme, and they got 8 eliminations now.
Actually, wow, Team Control only had 1 right there. So coming into this game, Team Control 13 points ahead of Extreme Esports. But you just said it. They already got 8 eliminations. They're only 5 points. 5 points behind, overtaking the first place spot. There goes the Golden Eagles. F's in chat. Let them fly. Fly free, bird. Fly free. But 5 points is all Extreme Esports need to at least tie Team Control. It's on the table. First place is on the table, Natura.
It sure is. Muffins really popping off. Maybe we should have predicted them. Jeez, look at him go. 6 elims on the...
The Muffins. They don't stop. They don't quit.
They don't
They got
stop.
heart.
No.
And they're
They
showing
sure
up
do.
here. They're showing up
I
here.
mean, there'd be plenty of teams who would have given up by now, but they do not give up. 6 eliminations on the board right now. Their best, what's looking like their best game so far, Dave.
And the Muffins take out Extreme Rage. Extreme Rage also in the money. Top 4. Coming into this game. Golden Eagles, remember, eliminated. So that's going to open up this game for Major Pride. And now if the Muffins can take out Extreme Rage, well,
Jeez.
Major Pride might be looking at a 3rd place here in Natura.
Yeah.
And they're gonna have to at least buy the Muffins a case of Muffins after this, because this is a big fight for Major Pride's overall leaderboard status.
It absolutely is. It's vital they win at least a few more fights right before going out, but it's looking like they are wanting the full control of the circle. They've got that split going on that looks really good, so we'll see how they go here. But Muffins are starting to fall apart just a little bit here. Extreme Rage had a couple of good hits there, lost or took one from the Muffins. The DBS comes through. Oh, there's another one, goes down, just catches the corner, but is immediately taken care of by the Muffins. But it's just a back and forth. The 1v1s keep coming through. The trade-offs.
Now
As
the
we're
3rd
looking.
party too from Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix. Cheeky 3rd parties there. And they will take one of the Muffins, and yeah, Rage takes the other one. But honestly, Muffins, such a good game from them. 7 eliminations on the board, top 7. Or 8 eliminations, top 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really good.
Muffins definitely gonna make this final leaderboard count a real toss-up right here. Really gonna make it challenging for these squads trying to just compete tooth and nail to get some additional money. Here we go. Major Pride, one of these teams looking to get within the money. Gonna be up close and personal with Extreme Esports, who are also looking to overthrow Team Control. They need at least 6 more eliminations here to get that winner chicken dinner. But Major Pride with 9 here, showing up in game number 6. Neptura, where has this team been all night long? 11 eliminations. Major Pride waiting till the final game, the final hour to get the money. This is insane. They might be looking at a 3rd place. Is it too soon to say that? No, it's not.
I wouldn't be surprised. No, I would not be surprised if they took 3rd now. Genesis is out. Yeah, Genesis is out.
Genesis is out.
Everybody except Rage is out right now, ahead of them, right?
Yeah.
So it's looking like a clear slate up to even the top. The gap was smaller. We could say even the top, right? Because the top 2 are out right now. But it isn't going to happen. But top 3 is definitely doable here. Phoenix, though, on the other hand, they've done a really good job as well. A lot of these teams, you know, pushing up, pushing in, getting those good games in before the end of the night. 6 eliminations. on the board for them as we look at our top 4 players right now, or teams, none of which are in zone.
Nope. It is
Uh,
oh.
Whoa!
Okay. I'm gonna park it right here. I don't need that no more. Phoenix and our squad quit out here. One last clash. Game number 6. One last battle. To wrap up their
Interesting.
nights.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Major Pride zone. Major Pride zone. That's the words. Major Pride zone. Yep.
It
Gotta
really
leave that right
is.
there. With Extreme Rage down to just a solo.
Whoa.
Major Pride, if they get the win, they are confirming their 3rd place spot, without a doubt.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's basically the only
Yeah.
team in terms of numbers that could thwart Major Pride's plans on the win here. You got 2 other solos, and Major Pride would have to do some massive mistakes to lose this one now. Am I gonna get a prediction win here?
Did you say Major Pride?
Play? I did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You and I
did
both
indeed.
said Major Pride.
Yeah, that's not how I remember it. Production, can we get a playback on that?
Yeah, I said, yeah,
let's
replay. I
get a
said
replay on
Major
that.
Pride. I said, listen, Major Pride, they were the #1 team from the qualifiers. Without a doubt, they are going to be top 3. I remember saying that.
There's a little
Yeah.
bird in my ear going, you said you pick Cruelty.
No, that was Reflections. Yeah.
Sure. Definitely.
Mustache Reflections. See, everyone's got a mustache tonight. You're just getting it confused here, Neptura.
Okay, I got you. Let's see what it is. Oh, Phoenix. Bye-bye.
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 That is Major Pride. Just
Securing
just
$800,
just-
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, like
In the
just
last game.
annihilating. Just
Oh.
going, hey, actually 4 points, all the incentive we needed. We're winning now. Thank you very
yeah,
much.
and they got 15 eliminations, so they were 1 elimination shy of tying Extreme Esports game number 1 with their 16 eliminations. But almost 2,500 damage done. So Major Pride, it goes back to like that early portion where we were talking about up against Genesis, right? It was a risky play, like you said, Neptura, but they knew they needed to get it done. They needed to get these eliminations to kickstart themselves to get in the money, let alone top 3 here, Reflections.
It's pretty nutty that they play as well as they do in the final map, and it's reminiscent of their qualifying process to get to the finals today. The question is, Major Pride, if you could have done that a couple more times tonight, where would you have been on the leaderboard? What happened in Game 6? And, well, I think it was a mental break. It was more of a, well, it's Game 6. We're already, not making first place, but let's give it a raw. And I think all the pressure was off, and they got a little bit loose because, as we talked about it, they've been a little bit tense tonight. They've kind of turtled up a bit too much, right? But I think we definitely saw the majority of what Major Pride can be. And not only did they get a win, Neptura, I give you credit. You got a win. Both me and Dave, we were not correct. I don't know where Dave was going. Me and him with the mustaches. I forget who even voted for, but I know I didn't vote for him. Major Pride, they get the winner. Hey, Neptura, you were on the money. They played so well. Seriously, what was it this game versus the other games for Major Pride to get the W?
I think either it's one of 2 things. Either this was always their plan to just be super consistent the first 5 games, or 5 out of 6 games, and then when they felt like they could pop off, they did so. Or it's that, as exactly as you said, like, oh, we really need to actually get our skates on, and, we're close enough here, final game, let's just do it. And, and they did it. So it's one of those 2 for sure. Either way, though, they did it to perfection here. They couldn't have done a better job.
Well, let's talk about the elephant in the room. All right, the team that came out of not out of nowhere, but had a great final game. And, well, Dave, that's Extreme Esports, right? 8 eliminations. They finished in 6 total place. Now, they've been going against Control all night. Control, they finished in 9th place with only 1 elimination. Now, I think there was about 15 points separating the 2. I don't know if it was enough to get the job done. It's going to be very close, but Extreme Esports, man, if they could have just gotten to the top 3, I don't know. I think they could have done it.
Yeah, and guess who took him out? Wasn't it Major Pride, right? Major Pride, or it was between Major Pride and the Muffins. These two teams were just ping-ponging back and forth, just getting involved, fight after fight. Yeah, we're talking about the Muffins, all right? The Muffins were popping off here in game number 6. But yeah, Extreme Esports, honestly, if they would have gotten the win, I'm pretty confident they would have knocked out Team Control, especially like you mentioned, Reflections. Team Control, only 1 point, their worst game yet all night, and it was the last game. Unbelievable. And Team Control, 3 chickens tonight. Like,
yes,
that's amazing in its own self. But wow, what a close game, right, for Team Control to just throw it to chance here, game number 6, and then Extreme Esports to like just be like, hey, we're gonna pop off this game, we're gonna get 8 eliminations and almost the winner chicken dinner to overtake Team Control. So it is going to be close, but I believe Team Control should still be there. I'm really curious where Major Pride is, though, right? Especially with, I'm going to say it, Golden Eagles, you dropped the egg on that one, all right? You were in the money. You were 5th place. Way too much time in the blue. I know me and Neptur were kind of going back and forth about it. I don't know if that was the play, though, Neptur on Reflections.
Well, what do you think, Nep? What do you think? Was that because that's been a talking point since map number 2, right? Papa Blue, like Golden Eagles, spending a bit too much time there, and it kind of was a reoccurring storyline. And like Dave said, you two went back and forth. What's your final verdict on the Papa Blue and Golden Eagles?
Bad. Stinky.
Bad?
Not good. Yeah, it's not good. You shouldn't be in there for longer than you need to. I mean, I understand finishing a fight in the blue zone. It's the first zone, whatever. But staying as long as they did is just the death knell for both of you. No one's winning in that situation. So no, not good.
Can't win against Papa Blue, can you? I mean, it's just a movable object. You can't move it. But let's talk about it before we show the champs. What was at stake in that final game? Extreme Esports have been battling against Control all day long to try and overtake them in first place. They did it a couple of times, but did they do it where it mattered most in that final game? Team Control, game number 6, only got 1 point. Extreme Esports, they managed to get 10. Wasn't enough to close the gap, but let's not forget Golden Eagles too was trying to rise up the ranks. They were in 5th place going into the final game. Were they able to secure 3rd place after a heroic 15 elimination game, a winner chicken dinner, 25 total points? Maybe they overtake Genesis and Extreme Rage. They've been fighting all night, but did that final game get them to where they need to be? But at least for our champions of the night, let's take a look. Was it Extreme Esports? Was it Team Control? What's Team Control?
Whoa.
They hold on tight, and I believe by just a couple of points. 3 winner chicken dinners of the night, back to back from map number 4 to map number 5, Erangel and Miramar. To shout out the players, they end up picking up 53 eliminations for the night. Mary at 13, Hapina at 11, Yayita at 9, and Lady with the most, sitting at 20 total eliminations for the day.
Wow.
Like I said, to make it at 53. You look at Extreme Esports, they sit at 55 eliminations. They finish off just 4 points behind that of Team Control. If they pick up one more winner chicken dinner, maybe even get a top 3 in the final game, do they pass Team Control? Yes, they do, but they fall a little bit short. But 2nd place still gets them $1.2 thousand. Major Pride with 800. Then you go down to Extreme Rage at 600, and to finish off, Golden Eagles at 400 total points, or $400 total dollars, excuse me. So there it is. There's your final standings. And well, Dave, it was a great night.
Yeah, GG's, 25 points right there for Major Pride. So they went from no money to, like you said, $800 in just one game right there. So was truly a amazing night. Shout out to all the ladies who not only participated here tonight, but also participated in the qualifiers to even make it here, right? So they had to compete during 3 weeks to qualify for top 16, and it all came down to a best of 6 here tonight. And well, here's the 2nd page, and you know what? Everybody just deserves a round of applause because it was some good classic PUBG Mobile here tonight.
Sure was.
It definitely was, Neptura. You watched the ladies compete all night. I loved watching them in Season 1. Season 2, they did not disappoint.
They sure didn't. There was so much action from all different teams, right? In the last game, we had the likes of Quit, Muffins, Angels as well throughout the night, right? It wasn't all the top teams at the end of the night. We had teams from the night of the 16th popping off and getting some good points as well. So you love to see it. Great work from all these teams. GG's and congrats to Control, because that was just epic.
Yeah, Control played so incredibly well all night. And I do want to shout out, Dave, if you don't mind, Extreme Esports, because they did incredibly well. Nicole at 22 eliminations, Juanetta at 20, Aisha at 11, and Michaela at 11 herself. Of course, unofficially, but I mean, we're dropping massive numbers of the night. And if I'm correct, Nicole actually had 22, which is the most of the night, even more than that of Lady, who was on the winning team of Control, sitting at 20. So, Dave, you got to give Extreme Esports credit. They definitely slayed out, but it was those placings that did them in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what actually won, at least in my opinion, like the turning point for Team Control, what kind of won them the tournament was the Miramar game that we just had, game number 5, where it was just the duo of Lady and Mary. And I believe it was up against Extreme Esports too, as well, kind of working their way down that hill. And just the fact that Mary and Lady were kind of working in tandem. Mary popped up, got Extreme Esports attention, and then we saw Lady pop up right behind and get the double knock. Like, that was the tournament winning play right there. I did not expect them to get the winner chicken dinner on that Miramar map, but they got it done, and I feel like that's kind of what solidified themselves here for the first place. So GG's to everybody involved, but GG's to Team Control.
GG's indeed to Team Control. $2,000 is what they earned. Not bad for playing at least one day of a finals, right, when it comes to Season 2. Granted, they did grind 12 total maps throughout 3 weeks against obviously the best of the best. They all broke up into groups, and Control made it happen, and not a bad come up from them. I mean, they qualified here in 4th place, and they finish in 1st. It comes to show you, hey, anything can happen when it comes to the one-day tournaments, especially the finals. Neptura, always great to work with you. Seriously, your insight is wonderful. You called the action well. What are your final words before we get out of here?
I loved every single game. It was so much fun to watch. Shout out to Golden Eagles as well for just staying in that top 5 by 1 point. I really didn't expect that from them, but you know what? Consistency does pay off. So GG's there. Extreme Slayers, Control, joy to watch as always. And Major Pride, thank you for making my prediction come true. As always, it's been a pleasure working with both of you. Love to be on the show and be with y'all. So great night, and look forward to the next season.
Without a doubt, next season's going to be incredible. And Neptura, by the way, shout out to you for that right prediction. You were the only one on the desk to get a proper prediction tonight. We needed one, and you got us one. Dave, it was a pleasure working with you. It was a pleasure wearing your mustache for the night. Again, it smells like lavender. It's
Feels good.
Very well trained. Feels good. I can't keep it, but hopefully one day I can wear it again. What's your final words before we can get out of here?
Thank you to both of you and the production team and all the ladies competing here tonight. Neptura pulling an all-nighter, all right? MVP,
right?
MVP. This lady's not even going to sleep tonight out here casting PUBG Mobile, but GG's everybody involved, and it was a fun night. Thanks for having me.
Hey, it was a pleasure working with the both of you, Dave, Neptura, and a pleasure being with all of you in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Titan Series. Hey, we keep the PUBG Mobile games going, and we're looking forward to the next broadcast, especially if you decide to show up once again and join us. Like I said, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and follow us on all the socials. But all good things must come to an end, and this is one of those good things coming to an end. Shout out to Control for your victory. You played very well throughout the entirety of the day, throughout all 6 games. 3 winner chicken dinners, the most points, and you all slayed out. Well-deserved victory. Enjoy your money, and don't spend it all in one place. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble Mustache, Dave Neptura, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we would love to have you on our next PUBG Mobile broadcast.
So this is going to be a big one, especially with that nade. But the door deals all the damage. And meantime, it's the DBS coming in, Dave.
Can we get another one? DBS, you do not want to walk through that door. Wow, the DBS is just too... I don't believe Extreme are aware. They're
no, she
definitely not
does
aware.
know.
Now
She
we
definitely
are.
does not know. Oh.
God, taking fights with Angels, with Phoenix, with Major Pride. Like, they are just taking apart every single squad right now that gets in their way. We still got Jess. Oh, Jess, that corner, top 10 corner right
Whoa.
there. Jess was still alive,
Jeez.
securing a 3rd place. And now here comes Team Control, trying to.
For them. Dominant is Summer right now. She knows exactly where this Muffins player is, and they're gonna try and take her out as soon as possible, and they do.
with the
Oh,
sword.
that was very quick. Not the fists. Oh, the DPS.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh.
Oh, esports. But look at this, Jess. It's Jess in the
Whoa.
bush right now.
It's Jess.
It's Jess.
Jess, Nate, Jess. Ooh.
They don't know which bush it's coming from, and here comes Extreme Rage popping up
Nicely
here.
done.
Mustache Dave as well as Neptura. Hold up.
Oh.
We got the
Whoa.
candle, but we also got a mic arm, and we got a little bit of mustache Dave. Yo, it's chaos. It's chaos in here. Can I get...
Overshot it?
Oh. Oh! Saw that coming from a mile away. Oh my goodness.
No. Oh no.
Whoa!
Genesis.
The double car knock?
Work in the corner, but Genesis Esports feeling good after their last win. Oh, there's somebody jumping right there. Looks like we're gonna be popping in the car, trying to close the gap, trying to wrap behind you. Ida, this is gonna be the perfect
Yeah, there you
distraction
go.
to at least allow the other 2 squad mates to mix here. As I say that, look at
They're
that.
Looking a little bit sandwiched. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Really nice.
Team
Good job there. That's
control.
that done.
Team control.
There's been a lot of love for Control. I think some other teams could use a little bit of love at this point, right? Because there's a different race going on from 3rd down to 5th. At this point, 1st and 2nd, they pretty much got it on lock. Extreme Esports, they're going to need one heck of a game and might even need to challenge Control off the rip if they want to try and overtake 1st place. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, the 6th and final map coming your way.
Here comes the support from Team Control. Can they do it? Can the duo put a stop to the push right now from Extreme Esports? And it doesn't look like it's going to happen, Neptura. Team Control, team from the qualifiers. Without a doubt, they are going to be top 3. I remember saying that.
There's a little bird in my ear going, you said you pick Cruelty.
No, that was Reflections. Yeah.
Sure. Definitely.
Mustache Reflections. Seeing it confused here, Neptura.
Okay. I got you. Let's see what it is. Oh, Phoenix. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.